When you say faster, I just want to see how fast.
Very exciting day. Let the games begin. So we bring to you Airtel 5G Plus.
नेक्स्ट लेवल है, मतलब अब तो मेरी वीडियो फटाक से एकदम से अपलोड हो जाएगी.
मुझे लेटेंसी की अहमियत पता है, मैं उसके लिए ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड.
The technology we have chosen is the one which is widely used in the world. Every 5G phone will perform.
सिम चेंज करने का कुछ जरूरत नहीं था मुझे. नेटवर्क चेंज किया जाके एंड 5G enabled.
And 5G plus is environment friendly. I think that is very important. क्या मस्त स्पीड है रे?
It's revolution.
Magic.
Once you use it, you can't go back.
Effective supply chain management gives power to fulfill what your customers need, when and where they need it. How will you ensure that your supply chain is reliable, flexible, innovative, and always strives for excellence?
I request everyone to
Since the
please
past
settle
2
down.
decades,
We are about to start our session in 5 minutes.
100 years old.
We are trusted for the value that we have created.
Our global presence. founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Our today is about delivering excellence across business sectors. Our today is about building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Our today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Our today is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start our session. I request all to please settle down. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the session on building resource-efficient and resilient green supply chain. I welcome our moderator, Mr. Christian Kanwan Silling, Member of Board and Executive Director, Volkswagen Group, Sales India, and Co-Chair B20 Task Force on Energy, Climate Change and Resource Efficiency to initiate the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, pleasure to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Good morning to all of you. I think you had already some exciting sessions today and yesterday, of course, as well. So I think we are all in the spirit to tackle another very challenging topic, which will be the topic of supply chain, of making the supply chain sustainable on a global scale, on a local scale. And this is a truly global topic because supply chains are spanning the entire globe, from left to right, from north to south. Thousands of ships are on the ocean every day, given tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of cars and trucks are ferrying things around on the land, and obviously also above our heads, even airplanes are on the way ferrying things from A to B. Today we have a very, very distinguished panel here. And I think we'll take the discussion a little bit in a more basic direction, because I'm surrounded by so many very clever people from research as well and development of sustainable energies. Let me start to my left. Joël Rouet, he is the president of the Bridge think tank, studied at the École Polytechnique in Paris, in France, and has had a very exciting career from then on, advising on many, many issues, even being based in Delhi, I just learned, for quite some time. So I'm very excited to have you here, and I look forward to our discussion. Then to my right, to the close right, I have Martin Keller. Martin Keller from the National Lab for Renewable Energies and president of the Alliance for Sustainable Energy since 2015. Really, how can I say, an engine, a zero-emission engine, of course, but an engine of many processes and developments around the question of what is the sustainable fuel of the future, what is, as you just called it, the future molecule, which will drive the industries around the globe. So also there, we can have a very, very intensive and exciting discussion. So thanks for joining. And last but not least, of course, we have Ashwani Kumar, CEO of Suzlon Group. Suzlon Group, I think, one of the biggest project developers for wind parks and solar parks in India. Very important, of course, because the sustainability revolution has to happen, and that means somebody needs to produce sustainable electricity. In the last quarter of last year, already 30% of India's electricity generation was sustainable, from hydrogen, from solar, and from wind. And Ashwani's group is playing a major role in that, so glad to have you here, and thanks for joining. Okay, to take it from there, I think I'm the only hardcore industry guy here, manufacturing things and moving things around the world. So I think that will not be our core aspect today. Of course, Volkswagen Group as a group is working intensively on the sustainability of the supply chain. On the inception meeting in Gandhinagar, I said our wake-up moment came in the late 90s, in the late 2019s, where we realized we alone as Volkswagen Group are responsible for 1 to 2% of global CO2 emissions. And that really, we took it forward. And that, of course, extends to the supply chain. So by 2025, we have the clear objective that 85% of our direct suppliers are A-level certified from the sustainability perspective, which then includes energy as well as health and safety, labor, fair wages practices, and everything included. And that's, of course, even more true on our downstream supply chain. Our dealerships, another important part, are also on that way of being certified and compliant with all the things which are necessary. But the more important question is that today we, I think, talk about two supply chains. One supply chain is the one we have, which is ferrying rubber ducks from China to Germany, barbecues from India to the US, and all those things around the globe. But the other one is a supply chain, I think, which is just starting to exist and in the long term going to replace the petrol supply chain, because we need to generate sustainable energies, and those sustainable energies will not be able to generate to 100% in the locations where we need them. So also there will be a new supply chain, be it for liquid hydrogen or for biofuels or other things, which will spring into existence. And I think one lesson learned, very surprising to all of us, was as a consequence of the Russian war on Ukraine, basically, the European supply chain for energy has drastically changed within 1 year. Within 1 year, essentially 100% of the oil and gas imports from Russia to EU have stopped. And that is, if you had asked the question, how long does that process take? 2 years ago, answer would have been 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. If you want to make it sustainable, rather 10 years. So this is, of course, the background is rather disturbing, but it is encouraging from that point of view that we can affect drastic change in short time if it's really necessary. So with that, let's just start to ask my fellow panelists on their basic thoughts. Where do you see the main challenges, the main drivers? What is the big question of sustainability in the global supply chain, Joel, from your point of view?
Thank you, Christian. On the onset, let me thank the organizers, and let me thank all of you for being here on the third day of this fascinating but taking summit. To answer your question, I would say that it all depends on the time frame we have. Very quickly on the long term, 10 years, 20 years, there's no issue, it's solved. I know no one is interested in the long term because we have to make decisions now, but still consider India, for instance, 20 years ago. No one spoke about the mix in energy. It was coal, chiefly, and a few others, but coal. The digital transformation hadn't happened. It's an understatement. You had a few ATMs in Delhi, on a handful, ATMs 25 years ago, etc. Now look at India. It's the most digitalized country in the world. It has, yesterday Amitabh Kant in this very room was recalling that the amount of banking transactions in this country is 11 times what it is in the EU plus US, 4 times what it is in China. So in the long term, say 15 years, maybe problem solved. In the very, very, very short term, where we have the most dramatic problems, well, maybe we can be optimistic. This is something we were discussing with Christian when we prepared. The way there was a dramatic shift in gas, notably procurement in Europe, is unbelievable. But if you look now, in a midterm, say 3 to 5 years, we have to think about shocks, how shocks will be absorbed, how shocks will be opportunities also to some industries, and the kind of political statement they will lead to. Again, sticking to Europe for 1 minute, not more, than moving to the rest of the world. If you look at France and India, they've agreed to finally agree that nuclear energy can be considered a clean energy, for instance, for the production of hydrogen. Unbelievable a year ago. France and Germany, and here we have the car industry, have agreed to disagree on the engine, that we might not shift too fast to the electric vehicles, and we might keep the thermal vehicles. What does it mean? Is it a compromise? No, I would say it's an option. And here's my main point, which is that in supply chains in an erstwhile stabilized world, quote to quote, the idea was to optimize. Now we can no longer optimize, we have to hedge on the negative side or on the pessimistic side, or we have to bring options. And options across countries, across industries, across technologies. Across technologies, I've briefly mentioned about an example in the car industry. But my last point will be on countries. Say 20 years ago, when an industrialist thought of optimizing its supply chain, it had to look for a territory where you had human capital, where you had land, where you had a favorable government, and where you had a kind of a technological ecosystem, where you didn't have to bring all your suppliers, but suppliers would be there. Or at least there would be suppliers which could learn from you bringing your suppliers and bringing part of your ecosystem, okay? The number of countries in the world that was able, and territories that was able to bring you that was very limited. Now it's gone 10 times, and those countries are located everywhere on each continent, and they allow you to do nearshoring also to your end markets. Plus, many of those countries have become markets themselves. In a nutshell, your supply chain will be seen from the industry point of view, more complex, but more optionable.
Thank you, Joel.
Yeah, first, thank you again, the organizer for this meeting and in inviting us here. I had so far 2 wonderful days, and I personally tell you, I learned a lot. And just perhaps a few words about NREL. I hope that many of you know the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. We are around for over 45 years, and we got started where kind of clean energy or kind of renewable energy was like this pipe dream, 45 years ago. And I think where we all came, it's pretty amazing. And you will probably also talk in this panel how now this transition to clean energy is also really challenging the way we're building new supply chains. I also would like to thank a lot of, here in India, we have a lot of friends and colleagues where we're doing work here together with you all for many, many, many years in many different areas. And that's why we're always very excited to be back here. So look, I want to just give you a few examples how this impacts this new supply chain issue and the transition to clean energy. And I think there's a lot of synergy what's happening here in India and also compared to, for example, the United States. You probably have saw this, that through the Biden administration, major funds now moving into this clean energy transition. 2 big legislation got approved. So first of all, the bipartisan infrastructure law, some of you might have heard this. There's a lot of money in there for this transition. 7.5 billion to build a national network for EV charging stations. 65 billion in upgrading the power infrastructure to make this transition. And then there's the Inflation Reduction Act, which followed the bill, which is about 400 billion, almost 400 billion in clean energy for tax incentives, grants, and loan guarantees. So now what does this mean? So the US, and this again, not only here in the US, this is just one of the examples, because I know India is doing the same. Europe is doing very similar things, but now this attracts a lot of these companies to really manufacture and build the kind of clean energy technologies and the devices like solar panels, wind turbines, that we then can deploy this in our individual countries. Now this will cause a big issue on the supply chain, because when you look into the forecast, how much solar panels, wind turbines, electrolyzers for hydrogen, what the equipment we need will be massive. And this now relates completely into where do we get the resources to do this. So in this regard, the Department of Energy published in February in 2022, and I encourage you, you can find this on the DOE website, a kind of an American strategy to secure the supply chain for robust clean energy transition. And just want to highlight a couple of these points, because I think the summary, if I would summarize all this, comes back what Minister Goyal said on the first opening night here, which I think resonated extremely well with me, that we only can do a lot of these challenges by us friends working together across our individual countries. And I would say that this is a very kind of synergy for all of us, because to create the supply chain, to create this world change in the energy side, we'll need collaboration across all of our countries from all levels, from the researchers, what we're doing, all the way to the industries, how to deploy technology. But coming back to what the US published, what we're trying to do here in the supply chain is, number one, increasing raw material availability, internally, but also within the US, but also on a global scale. Expanding domestic manufacturing capabilities. I think that's also very similar what we've heard through a lot of the ministers here coming to this meeting, that India is trying to do very similar things here. Supporting information and investment in diverse, secure, and social responsible foreign supply chains. I think we are really looking into this, who builds the supply chains, but also not just based on a cost, but also responsible and in a social manner. Increase the adoption and deployment of clean energy. improved end-of-life energy-related waste management. So circular economy is also what we've heard in this meeting, what we're also building in the US, and also we're doing a lot of research on this concept of circular economy. Attracting and supporting a skilled workforce of the clean energy transition. So workforce for all of us will be a major, major challenge we have to build. And enhancing supply chain knowledge and decision-making. And this, again, something what we see in general, that more and more research is now moving into this area. So Maggie Mann also is here in the audience. She's also one of our experts on the supply chain. If you have more specific questions, to find her in the audience. Because we're seeing that the understanding of the supply chain knowledge and how this actually works is something we really have to increase our knowledge across all different areas in this area.
Thanks, Martin. I think that ticked a lot of boxes, so to say, and a lot of points we can take up in the next round. Ashwani, what could be your initial thoughts?
Thank you for having me here, and thanks, Christian, and all my fellow panelists to give a good introduction of what we're trying to cover in this session. Suzlon, as many of you may be aware, is the largest wind turbine company, but is involved in both wind and solar development throughout the country. As a company, we are completely aligned to the objective of climate change, so that's our purpose, to generate wind turbines. But we are seeing a big shift over the last few years. The shift is not that how to reduce the kilowatt hour or how much of your energy consumption is green. It is also how green is the kilowatt hour that you're buying. So, for example, for each kilowatt hour that Suzlon turbine generated, there was, let's say, X tons of steel or X tons of copper or X tons of material. Now, how do we make sure that that keeps falling down per kilowatt hour of generation? It starts actually at the R&D stage itself. Once you do that at the R&D stage, you are sure that not only that you're doing because that's your mission and vision to make the world a greener place, but you're also contributing within yourself to make that supply chain and to make those materials immensely, I would say, available. And actually, if I take it in a different aspect, to make more wind turbines with the same resources. And therefore, there will be more green kilowatt hours generated within the same resources. So resource efficiency is probably something which I think so not only us, but all our fellow competition and others are focusing on. So that is one important part. The second important part which has happened is on the transparency and on us asking questions to our vendors. Earlier, I remember many decades back, it used to be, typically tender, you get the lowest price and you buy. Over the last few decades, there's a huge shift on the quality, health, safety aspects of them. So we do visit our vendors, we check all their QHSE policies, etc. And I think so the time has come where we need to go more into their efficiency, their use of carbon, while making those decisions to buy from a particular vendor or a particular country, etc. So there, it will be, I would say, a much bigger change. The ESG regime which has come in the world, which is gaining prospects, will have to now drill down to not only to your own company, but to your vendors and their vendors and so on, and trying to actually optimize the green energy and making it, I would say, much more efficient than simply saying, okay, I'm buying so much solar power or I'm buying so much wind power, and that I've done my job. So, and I think so that focus remains the core of our company. What we do keep looking for, as I said, we are now importing from most of the 20 countries that are involved in our supply chain. And some of the countries have been very good because they have their own systems which encourage them to do the same, and they are willing to share with us. Some of the countries probably have to climb up that graph and trying to become more transparent and share with us and therefore other people, so that we can share the same with the world and say, okay, this is how we are improving as the green energy supplier. Green energy, of course, is the focus, because once we did the full analysis, most of the investment in the total green climate change, would be energy focused. And therefore, the investment in energy, if you can reduce it, if you can reduce the resources taken to produce that green energy, would probably take us in a long way. That's my initial statement.
Thank you. Let's probably pick up on that one. You mentioned the aspect of transparency, for example, as important in the supply chain. And also tracking back to yesterday's Africa discussion, the Africa Action Council. So there will be loads of resources needed for this transformation. We will need all the lithium for the batteries until sodium batteries come in, for example. There's copper, there's rare earths. There's also the energy itself, which we will probably not be able, well, India is blessed with a lot of sunshine, you might be able, but at least in Germany, we will not be able to be 100% renewable locally. But if we just, let's say, go for the next level, it's exploitation, and just go for Africa, for example, for the sunshine, and then the green hydrogen produced from the sunshine, and then ship that out. That is nothing like replicating the petrol chain. There's no value added in Africa, and one of the colleagues yesterday from Africa was making that point. There's loads of human capital available. Why don't we use it to create more value? Joël, how does that factor together also then with creating transparency of what's happening in the country, and how can we get more value addition to those countries where we have the resources or can create them?
Thank you, Christian, for being an industrialist asking academic questions. That makes my task easy. No, thank you so much, seriously. I would answer your question by starting from what Mr. Kumar said, what he mentioned about we're changing optimization. I talked of optionating, that is securing the risks, hedging the risk, and bringing new opportunities because we don't know what's the next technology, we don't know what's the next industry, we don't know what's the next geography, what's the next market, and what are the next subsidies, etc. And what are the next criteria in terms of social, in terms of environmental, I mean, both matter, of course, what will be the mix, what will be the speed, and etc. So I'm not denying optionating. But then at the end, we'll have to move towards optimization because we have only one Earth, only one resources. So what Mr. Kumar said is very important, that optimization is no longer on the cost. It could be on the resources, it could be on the social, and it could be, your question on Africa relates to the geography, okay, to including the whole world into this development. Now, the thing is, what is the criteria? When it was optimization on cost, criteria is prima facie. This is the price I give you. Now, when it's about resource, this is where you need a transparency, because the transparency, the resource, the amount of resource you have in your product, say wind turbine, is not prima facie seeable from your wind turbine. Yeah, of course, the metal, the steel, and etc., but not all the rest, not where they come from, not the social aspects of the mines, and etc. And this is where transparency comes. Now, transparency is very good for sustainability. It's very good for the environment, for the planet, for the people. But it conveys a sense of inequality. You need a developed system to that. You need to have countries, companies, territories, people be trained, be versatile with, be conversant with this transparency system. So transparency system, and here I would agree with what Martin said, we have to all work with it. You mentioned hydrogen, for instance. Frankly, hydrogen, if you're talking hydrogen 3 years ago, today, 5 years, in 10 years, it will be a whole complete different forms of hydrogen and different segments of it will emerge. So can countries, can investors invest today in technologies where they're not sure there will be a market? What would be the right apt molecule to transmit it? Interestingly, the International Solar Alliance, which is based and headquartered, it's 120 plus, I think, countries, mostly tropical countries, and it's headquartered in Delhi, has come with the European Investment Bank on a scheme, on a strategy whereby through the solar you would produce, but not export the way you mentioned, but help transform your raw materials locally on these so-called hard to decarbonate industries. And then you ship part of the hydrogen through whichever molecules we don't know yet. But you also ship and export transformed materials, metals, and so on and so forth. And you can use part of this water to do desalination, local agriculture, feeding the local population, and so on. So this example is only one example, but I think it's important on how supply chains merge, you know, how different industries, different supply chains can merge to produce local development. And thereby, it's easier to have a local industry, a local ecosystem. It's difficult, but it's easier than having a whole, complete transparency system to an end-up market, which will be dominated by the buyer. So if we're talking in terms of development, equality across nations, I think that's important. My very last point, very short, Martin mentioned about this huge package in the US. I don't want to create controversy, but that's important. That will help the transformation, that will accelerate the transformation, the transition. But this is a bit Chinese style, giving subsidies. And I'm not saying that as an economist, I'm an open economist, okay? But that's somehow, within a competition between the US and China, it's using the Chinese tool to accelerate the relocation. Why not? The EU is doing the same. Two consequences. First of all, that anchors us in the old paradigm that we still want to optimize on money. I'm told of a great European automotive constructor which has stolen investment in Eastern Europe with a lot of package for work, for labor creations for workers, looking at those subsidies there. So we're not talking exactly a resilience of supply chains. That's one. And the second aspect of that is, are we entering into a competition? This is what Africa fears. Last week, Ursula von der Leyen was with Joe Biden, negotiating, discussing about these issues. There were many reactions from the African continents, feeling they are excluded on that.
I can imagine that that was also triggering my question, because Mr. Biden and Ms. von der Leyen, they were sort of separating the world like 1450 Tordesillas last time before. And of course, it needs to be more inclusive. I fully share that opinion. And if we have a subvention battle between the US and Europe, then the developing world will not win on that. And actually, just 2-3 days ago, and then I give it to you, actually, Volkswagen Group has decided to build the next battery plant, not in Europe, which was on the short list, but put it in Canada because of those subventions, obviously. So it plays a major role. Martin, what are your thoughts?
So yeah, so again, Joe, we don't want to have this discussion between Europe and the US. But this said, I tell you what our perspective there is, and of course we having a lot of interaction with our European friends all the way, you know, to the high government there. And I tell you, our view from the US perspective is very, very simple this as well. Just continue to build this kind of incentives for Europe as well. And look, frankly, my argument is that the United States has to catch up because Europe was far ahead in this energy transition. So a lot of this new kind of incentives is really trying to rebuild some of the clean energy manufacturing base in the United States. And when you look at this, I see the more countries are going down this path and incentivizing the clean energy manufacturing capabilities in the countries, the better it is for our climate. So, and frankly, this is what we're seeing right now in Europe. And I talked to, again, some of our colleagues there, that now through this incentive package introduced in the US, now introducing a very similar package in the European Union. So I think overall, and again, I hope that the world understands that this is not that we right now under the Biden administration wants to keep this as this America first kind of criteria. No, it is really building these capabilities, but also, again, what I told you on the supply chain, it's a clear awareness that the US alone cannot do this, that we need to find good partnerships. Also, what we're seeing in the Biden administration is a really increased kind of push now for international collaborations. So we're seeing this at our level, at our lab, that we're getting really encouraged to build much more relationships with India, with Europe, with other places across the globe, in the way on countries who are very similar in this idea to work together and accelerate this. So I know that some of the Europeans felt, oh, now it's a competition. I see this in a little bit different way, that this is also a way to accelerate the clean energy manufacturing base, which is a lot of this will be used in the United States. But also, I think, hopefully, through some of these incentives, there's also a lot of money in there to do technology development, innovations in areas. You brought up hydrogen, which, as you know, there's a lot of money also in hydrogen in some of these laws. But I think it's critical because we still don't have all the solutions. But we need to continue to push this technology into the market. So from our view, I hope that many other countries follow this and incentivize the clean energy manufacturing in their specific countries. And then let's really work and collaborate on the technology that we make sure that we all floating to the top in accelerating the transition for clean energy.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because that's also happening in India, of course, Ashwani, right? So we have the PLI schemes for battery, now we get PLI schemes for solar cell. How do you think that localization make in India, of course, the big initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, how will that change the supply chain for renewables from your point of view?
I think so. I agree that it has to be a joint effort. So India cannot do everything starting from, finding out the technology, investing in the technology, investing in all the supply chain, and do it all alone. But yes, there is a push from the government, and rightly so, given all the geopolitics which has happened over the last few years, to make sure that we are energy sufficient and we take care of our energy needs. In fact, even within India, if you see, and many of our customers, we have been around for many decades, we are the pioneers of wind energy. The energy transportation is undergoing a shift. So for our customer, typically, before that, he was transporting energy through molecules, which means basically gas or coal, and then generating that energy for his own use, and an industrial customer. That became electrons once the solar and wind started getting transport. And I think so once you start shifting geographies, we are back to molecules, but much more greener molecules to transport. And that whole shift from being from electrons to green molecules would require immense amount of technological innovations, immense amount of technological opportunities, and it will also change the world order. The energy exporters will change. The countries which were, I would say, heavily dependent on certain things would lose that power or lose that kind of revenue. And we have seen that happening in a small way in some of the countries over the last decade. And for us, it is very, very important that while taking care of our own energy needs, we want to, again, partner with, I would say, countries which are similar thinking in terms of whether it's like the political systems or whether it is transparency, whether it is the vision to make the world a much more greener place, where we partner with all of those and develop a solution which is going to be like, if you see, actually the oil has lasted almost 150 years now, so right, so oil economy. So the next green economy, to make sure that lasts hundreds of years, would need a development of a equally strong system, which will involve, of course, economics, which will involve currencies, which will involve politics, which will involve things. But most importantly, and this is the phase we are all in, us as a major player for energy transition, as well as the researchers and the governments, is to develop that ecosystem, which is itself in a sustainable way, and which will take care of, okay, this system will now last many years, and while some bit of efficiencies can be done within the system, but overall the system design is probably in a manner that all the countries in the world become greener and therefore much less, I would say, impact on climate change as we go forward.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, you also mentioned, I think everybody mentioned now the famous molecule, right? So what is powering now also the transformation of the existing supply chain? You mentioned the biofuels, the agree to disagree agreeably between France and Germany. From an automotive perspective, there are 1.5 billion vehicles on the roads of this globe with a combustion engine, and they will not go away in the next 25, 30 years, whatever we do in terms of transition. So biofuels, from my point of view, are basically discussion about how to neutralize, CO2 neutralize things which are already existing, or like the oil tankers which are cruising the globe burning bunker oil. And I learned from this big book of Greta Thunberg that actually the emissions which are happening in international waters are not counted because they're in international waters. So loads of things to be attacked. Probably first, Martin, to you, what is the molecule of the future? What will really decarbonize existing supply chain the fastest and most efficient way?
So, well, now we have to ask how much time we have. So, because that's a look, I think the really interesting question. So, when you look at this, what we're seeing in some of the big models and the analysis going forward, that so number one, there will be not a single solution anymore. But I think what's the most important thing is that in our energy side, where we traditionally had these pillars of how we used energy. So transportation was very independent because it was all mostly gasoline or jet fuel. And then, of course, we had the energy we needed on our grid, which was mostly driven by coal or natural gas. And then, of course, there was the industrial sectors. So now these pillars are completely morphing together. You're seeing this in transportation, where the future there is, if you have an electric vehicle in your garage, you will use this as a kind of a storage battery. If your power goes out, it goes bidirectional. So it gives a brand new way of integrating the energy needs in your homes with what you're doing in transportation, which then also will create this kind of new challenges. So we were seeing a huge part in the electrification. This will happening. I think it will happen, in my opinion, faster than we anticipate, because very soon we will cross over this bridge where electric vehicles will be cheaper than combustion engines. So when you project where the batteries will go and the cost, new technologies coming in, batteries will have even higher densities. So it will be very fascinating how this will play out in the next couple of years. So then this is, I think, we will electrify this. But then there's a big segment in our economy which we will not so easily electrify. Maritime, you brought up shipping, also airplane, this is not so easily to electrify. So we will need a type of energy molecule. So it's not clear what this energy molecule of the future will be. So you might have seen this all in the news. I mean, there's a couple of things floating around. One is hydrogen. So we'll be kind of ship hydrogen all over the world, which will be very expensive based on the properties. You have to liquefy this. It could be that hydrogen will be then converted over into other energy molecules. So this could be ammonia. So we talked about this, that many regions in the world right now, many regions, Patagonia, go to use kind of renewable electricity to go and then produce green ammonia, and then you could ship this. It could be methanol, which then also could be used directly in some of our shipping industry. And then you could convert methanol in your specific countries to jet fuel, or it could be directly e-fuels, which you use again using an electron with carbon probably coming from the environment and then producing a hydrocarbon for, let's say, jet fuel. So it's not clear who will win this race. It's very clear that all the analysis show, yes, we need this kind of global energy molecule. And ideally, from a national security perspective, if this molecule could be produced in as many places around the globe as possible, it will give us a free market. It will give us an opportunity to buy this based on the cost where it's produced. And it will also lesson learned from Europe, what happened in Ukraine, that you're dependent on one country to get a lot of your resources, natural gas. Hopefully countries will learn from this as well. How can you diversify where you're getting your energy materials delivered from, as many different countries as possible? So who will win this race? It's not clear, but we predict that there will be a global energy molecule, whatever this molecule will be, and we will need it, beside the electrification that we're seeing across the whole globe.
Thank you. So would you agree that there's some sort of a global de-risking will happen with multiple centers? I mean, you have traveled the world, worked in many countries. How do you see that aspect?
Yeah, if you look at global energy markets, there might have been a parenthesis in the history of humanity, and to have most of economic development until the second, so the first industrial revolution included, happened locally in terms of energy. That's one. B, de-risking in terms of national security is absolutely key and understood by everyone, every single country. That stands true for energy, that stands true for food and agriculture. That does not mean isolation. That's not back to the previous model. That means a balance of imports and exports. That means hedging also on different tools and different molecules. And I'm not sure, like I've been a technologist in a past life, I'm not sure a single molecule would emerge, but I believe there will be a diversity. But I feel at the same time that hydrogen has many virtues. One virtue of hydrogen still is it helps decarbonating the fertilizers industry. And seen from the developing world, seen from many African countries that produce fertilizers, be it phosphate-based or nitrogen-based, you use nitrogen, you use ammonia into phosphates, phosphate fertilizers, you use it into nitrogen fertilizers. Of course, I'm not entering into it's a complex chemistry, but this industry that used to be not sustainable becomes sustainable once you have green hydrogen, which is produced from the solar, So the same sun raises your crops and decarbonates your fertilizers. So I think that for that matter, hydrogen has another advantage, at least seen from the global south.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Joel.
So can I just to clarify, Joel, and you probably alluded to this one, but all molecules which are discussed right now go through hydrogen. So the question just is right now, because if you go to methanol in a way of using, not crude oil to create it, it will go through hydrogen. So this means hydrogen will play a major role. It's just not clear if hydrogen is the final end product or if it's on the path to something else. And for example, if you ship ammonia, you can recoup the hydrogen, which you lost some efficiency. But this is, I think, the unknown right now. But it will all go through hydrogen.
Okay. Probably bringing this back, also looking at, I think we have 12 minutes left or so. Ashwani, I mean, this is G20 preparation, so we're supposed also to talk about policy and how G20 can support that transformation happen under the Indian leadership. So, I mean, an incredible transformation has happened in India in the past decade, right? $1 trillion went into infrastructure from the central government alone and all the regional things. The energy system has already started an aggressive transformation. We have battery electric vehicle policies, etc. So in terms of learnings, of policy learnings, what would you think we should tell Mr. Modi to bring to the table at the G20?
Yeah, an interesting question, and I think so. I'm not, I would say, big enough to advise Mr. Modi, but let me just tell you the wish list from a green energy point of view. I think so. The critical thing is access to ever-evolving technology, like the discussion we just had on molecules, and I've been I was participating in many such discussions on molecule, but I would say getting those molecule technologies bring to India. The thinking when we are producing any of these molecules or petrochemicals or chemicals for becoming an energy molecule is very interesting, because what we saw, especially when hydrogen was initially discussed, that a lot of people started off from electrolyzer and went back and saying, we have these electrolyzers which have been optimized for 100% electricity, and this is the type of electricity we need. Can you give this in a green format? Versus saying that, okay, which is the type of green energy you have? What are its characteristics? And can I develop an electrolyzer according to that, which might be a more optimum way to produce hydrogen rather than starting from the other way around. So I think so the access to the molecule technology and this thing would be very, very critical for all of us. Two is the integration, especially because we are all talking about natural sources of energy, whether it is sun or wind or geothermal or others equivalent resources. It's very, very important that we have to go by the cycle of the nature rather than develop our own cycles. And that cycle of nature will produce electricity, at least at the time it will do that. How do we then convert into, and again, I hate to call it storage, but let me call it a medium to make it sure that it gets used when it has to be used. That medium needs to be developed. So taking into account and not trying to change that part and still not trying to go into storage, because that becomes a very, very simple, easily everybody starts thinking of a trunk storage or a go down storage, and then all the numbers look very, very vague and difficult to actually implement. For how do you change that medium of transportation of what nature gives us to where we need that energy, that medium is something I think so we all should work in. Government on one hand, I think so is already doing quite a bit in terms of the targets they've taken. India industries, and I see a lot of my customers as well as my fellow industry participants have already now brought up themselves to this to the level where the 450, 500 gigawatts of target not only looks achievable but looks actually beatable. The idea is again how to integrate that into the energy consumption, energy cycle of the country. And the policies related to that is, I think, so what industry would be looking for. Once those policies are designed without, I would say, putting all the load on one particular stakeholder, whether it is a transmission company or a distribution company or an industry or somebody else, is where I think so the policymakers will have their challenges. And that's something that if they work on over the next, I would say, 12 to 24 months, would go a long way, and India can actually be a leader to showcase to the world how that is done. So I think so that's the only thing we are looking for from the government point of view.
Thank you, Ashwani. That is a very interesting point. How would you reflect on that, Joel? Also looking what we discussed earlier, the aspect that if we have policies now, we should make sure that the new supply chains are a bit more fair in terms of offering potential for Africa, for South America and other countries.
No, thank you. Briefly on what Ashwani Kumar said, what he called nature is what some technologists call thermodynamics. One should not underestimate that there's a raging debate among technologists. You have those technologists that say, okay, we basically need more energy, sorry, and use energy. To various transformations, we just need more primary energies, but the concept of primary energy is no longer relevant as long as this is not oil, gas, limited resources, okay? Then you have other technologies that tell them no, because thermodynamics exists. Each time you make a transformation, you have a loss, etc. That implies resources of another kind, either water or human resources or land or air pollution or whatever, or strategic minerals, okay? So I think that one way, and thereby we go to this debate. And I really think that what Mr. Kumar said, which is to know on which criteria you optimize, based on which physical, natural scenario, and you base your models and redevelop your technologies, because technologies have a path, they have a trajectory, they have a path dependency. Within the same name, one can think of different generations of technology which look at the problem in a reverse way. I don't want to enter that, and I'm not sure I can technically, but I think it's one point not to be neglected. And this links up to your question in terms of global cooperation. There is this endeavor called Mission Innovation. Mission Innovation is a coalition of several countries. It ought to be announced to most G20 countries and to the global south. And it has different pillars. It is an international gathering that pulls in money whenever you need to have a quantum jump, when you need to have a breakthrough in terms of technology. It used to have 7 pillars. The 8th pillar was added a few years ago as hydrogen. The point is not adding a 9th, 10th, or whatever pillar, but to share that with the rest of the world as one. B, I agree with what Martin said, that it has to be cooperative, this support and subsidies. Let us not forget, speaking from the north, whether from the US or the EU, that the US and the EU, and China for that matter, have something very particular. The capacity, the economic, political capacity to create money. When we need money, we create money. Many countries, at no risk or limited risk, because the way the financial system, global rating agencies work. It is a luxury which is not shared by far by a huge majority of countries in the world. So subsidies ought to go to technology, because technology is widespread after that. Technologies can be used by everyone. Subsidies can go in a directed manner to territories as well, but provided you don't forget the global south. And here is most likely an option, policy option to consider for the Indian presidency of the G20, which is quite akin to that.
Okay, thanks, Joel. Yeah, I think those are important points. You also mentioned, as Mr. Kumar mentioned, the question of standardization. I think from the industry perspective, sometimes we are, I said that recently, invited on too many weddings, and you can dance on only one. So there also needs to be some structure in the things which are at least per industry supported. So from that extent, focusing for the automotive industry now on battery electric vehicles makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. If you allow me just one short one, it's utterly important for an industry to have a stabilized landscape. Now, in these coming years, forget about anything stabilized, but still within those shocks, within this instability, to have one clear line of where a majority of governments are heading across geographies is important. If I'm an industrialist, if I'm an investor into industry, it's all tempting if I see a large country giving a big package to move everything there, knowing that this does not create options for the future, but security for the shorter term. If conversely a group of countries and for instance, the G20 has some clear statements, I can reconsider that as an industrialist, as an investor, I guess.
Thanks, Joel. Yeah. Martin, from your point of view, what is the direction?
So again, I want one phrase which we've heard on the inaugural meeting there with Mr. Goyal, where he said, "We have one world." And again, that was, I think, nailing it, because what I would say is what we've learned is that we really need to build this kind of collaboration and the real partnerships across countries who are playing to the same rules and trying to really accelerate this energy transition. Because the problem we are facing is so large that not one laboratory, not one country alone can do that. We really need to build these partnerships. And there also, frankly, for me, very impressive what's happening here in India is this really focus on these public-private partnerships at very large scales. I would argue that what I would say that G20 leaders is, how can we build this public-private partnership concepts across our borders and build this not only from the research side, but also the public-private partnerships with some of the leading companies. Why do we need to do this? Because look, we are seeing this also on a daily basis at Enroll, where we're having over 1,000 different partnerships with the industry, is that a lot of companies right now need to collaborate to de-risk some of these technologies. Companies alone, to jump into this, it's risky because we still, what we just talked about, the energy molecules, we still don't know where some of this development goes. Hydrogen is a good example. So before you decide to build a huge pipeline on hydrogen, you really want to know that there's a market. So this is where the public-private partnerships really can form to de-risk technologies, to work at an early stage between the great research organizations we have in all of these G20 countries, to build this partnership and to jointly de-risk these technologies. Also, perhaps interesting to close on this one, that when the G20 was hosted by Japan, so under the leadership of Japan, they created this what's called RD20, where some of the major research organizations across the G20 countries got together. And there, when you listen to all our partners in this RD20, it's a clear call that we need to find new ways to collaborate across our institutions, but then also collaborate with industry, because this alone will accelerate the energy transition. And again, what Minister Goyal said, we only have one planet, so we have to do this together.
Absolutely. I think that's a very good closing direction, so to say. The cooperation, I mean, G20 is about that cooperation and the industrialized nation taking a leadership, using their resources in order to foster such cooperation and such transformational activities, because the challenge is huge, unprecedented. As we saw on the example of the gas deliveries to Europe, quick transitions can happen. We have demonstrated that under a very adverse situation. but I thought that should not be the role model to go ahead. What we covered, I think, is the supply chain has two challenges. The one challenge is to decarbonize the existing supply chain. And I even think that might be the smaller one, because many initiatives are rolling there already. Decarbonization of the terrestrial fleet. We will find solutions for the vessels on the oceans and for the planes based on biofuels or synthetic fuels, etc. But the bigger challenge, I believe, will be to manage the new supply chain for renewable energies, which is just starting to develop for not only the energies, but also for the materials needed to produce the energies, to make sure that in the new layout of the globe, we have value creation everywhere, not only where those fuels are consumed or those raw materials, but also where they are generated. Because then we will, as it's, I think, one of the objectives of the G20, have a better balanced, better developed world where the resources, the income, and the wealth is better distributed. And that, in the end, is an objective which is very important to work on. So let me thank this really distinguished podium here. Thank you very much for finding your ways. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thanks to you for listening, and wish you, I suppose, we are approaching some sort of lunch break. Thank you.
I thank our distinguished dignitaries for the enriching session. I now request our moderator to give a token of appreciation to our speakers.
How about this? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
I think we have to, yeah. Thank you.
I request Mr. Ashwini Kumar to present the token of appreciation to our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude our session. I request you all to please remain seated as we are immediately starting our next session on transforming global sustainability reporting landscape, harmonization of ESG. Thank you.
I expect you can see it. Yeah, I need to go to.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Baker.
How are you?
I am good. How are you, Mr. Baker?
Very good, thank you.
Sir, I cannot hear you.
I request you all to please remain seated.
Can you hear me
We are
now?
starting our session in 5 minutes.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, now you can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, I can also hear you.
good, that's good.
Sir, you know how to share the PPT screen while sharing the PPT?
You want me to do it now? Here we go.
Yep. Yes. Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will be joining session in another 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, that's
All
good.
right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Do I keep sharing my screen or not?
No. You can stop it.
Okay, good. And then I'll start when it's my turn.
Yeah. And all the speakers will be joining in another 10 minutes. All right,
Okay,
sir?
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
At the heart of its existence. Today, we are $100 billion global enterprise.
Check. Check 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I would request everyone to please be seated. We are starting our next session in another 2 minutes. I would request all of you to please be seated. We are about to start with our session. Our session will have a panel member who will be speaking in Spanish. So I would request if the participants have to listen to the translation, can take the translation device on the right side here at the kiosk. The channel 1 in the translator device will be to Spanish and channel 2 will be to English. The participants are also requested to please return the translation devices once the session is over. Requesting the participants again, if they have to take the translation devices, can take it from the kiosk on the right side here near the door. The channel 1 in the translation device will be to Spanish and the channel 2 will be for English. I'd request all to please be seated. We are starting the session. For all the participants, one of the panel members will be speaking in Spanish. It is requested if you can take the translation device from the kiosk on the right side, please. Namaskar and very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now begin our next session on transforming global sustainability reporting landscape, harmonization of ESG standards and framework. I welcome all our distinguished panel of speakers for the session who are here with us today. We have Mr. Sanjeev Puri, Chair of B20 India Action Council on ESG in Business, Vice President, Confederation of Indian Industry, Chairman and Managing Director, ITC Limited. Mr. Peter Pucker, President and CEO, WBCSD. He has joined us virtually. Mr. Edward Shafrat, Mayor of Narangal, Paraguay. Mr. Edward will be delivering the session in Spanish, and hence the translation devices are available. Mr. John Bolton, Director of Policy, ICAEW. And we have Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, Central Council Member, Chairman, Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, Vice Chairman, Sustainability Reporting Standard Board, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I now request our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Puri, to please initiate the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. I have great pleasure in welcoming all of you to this very important session, and in particular a very warm welcome to all the panelists. We have a very esteemed and distinguished set of panelists today to share perspectives on this very important subject. This is also a subject that forms part of one of the tracks in which the B20 is working. I'm sure everybody is more than familiar today on why this subject of ESG is so important. As we all know, businesses exist to serve society. Businesses are users or trustees of societal resources and therefore have a responsibility to use all such resources, whether the human resources, the environmental resources, the financial resources, responsibly, which means really adding value to them, which means really nourishing them. And when we don't do it, we see some challenges, and that's some of the challenges the world is experiencing today, be it from the environmental side as the climate crisis or the issue of social inequity. And also as enterprises, some facets can pose risks if we do not use those resources wisely and responsibly. And that is how this whole idea of, I think, ESG has gathered momentum. The idea is that for companies to be able to review material risks, review how responsibly they are using these resources, disclose it to stakeholders, integrate the analysis with the core business strategy, and therefore work towards adding value to each one of these three areas. There is certainly increasing pressure from stakeholders for better disclosures and better action from the business world. And that has led to a lot of companies disclosing and adopting a sustainability reporting system. It is certainly left to a larger number of companies adopting it, more amount of disclosures, greater attention to this subject. But I think still a lot needs to be done. Because first of all, I think as a starting point, I don't think there is enough adoption of this framework and enough integration into strategy. And there are, of course, challenges that have emerged along the way. And one of the challenges is, of course, that there are many reporting frameworks, many rating agencies. And so it becomes a challenge in dealing with so many frameworks. Sometimes the analysis is also not transparent on why one was rated. These are the kind of comments and observations that one hears from users of these reports and people who disclose it. And this is also so because in many cases, there are no clear standards, no clear definitions or understanding what certain terminologies mean and what is to be disclosed and what is not to be disclosed. I mean, ideally, it should be as clear as something as, I know it's a little more complex area, but one should be able to do it like an IFRS standard, but it's not so. So there are also some noises around greenwashing. There are also issues about funds getting deflagged, which said they were ESG. And of course, there are also alternate views emerging in certain geographies, and we do also see certain investors taking an alternate view and churns in the positioning of funds. So there's a lot of churn happening in this area. So whilst we have made progress, I think still there is a lot that needs to be done. It is also a conversation that is seen more in capital markets, more impacting the bigger players in the capital market, but the economy, the constraints of the economy are so many more. So how does the conversation go beyond? There are some regulatory moves happening, but again, these are all evolving. So given this context, I think what is really required what we're really trying to see is how can ESG as a method create more responsible practices which is widespread in the world? How can larger number of companies adopt it? How can it be made simple and transparent? And how can all constituents understand the meaning and interpret the outcomes in a fashion that everybody can understand and therefore act wisely? How can we also cognize for the diversity and the spread and the differences of the size of organizations, the stage of evolution of countries in it. If it is in a certain fashion that it makes it impossible for certain economies to even get closer to it, then we are dealing with a situation of exclusion, which goes against the whole principle of social equity. So how can we create a process that is simple, standardized, harmonized, yet integrative and inclusive? So small enterprises, large enterprises, economies at various stage of evolution are all participants and working together for a better tomorrow. And how does this also come together in facilitating trade rather than becoming a barrier to trade? So these are some of the issues that the Action Council is also discussing. So in this context, I'd like to invite our panelists to share their views on the need, the importance of standardization and harmonization, what could be the ways to go about it, what pathways can be adopted to accelerate the process of following these standards amongst all participants in the economy. What role do various stakeholders like consumers, regulators, capital markets, providers of capital, all of them take in this whole process? And more specifically, I think also there is a reality that the world faces certain issues that need to be dealt with urgency. Climate crisis, food security, adaptation, social inequity. So how can this whole process, how can this process be designed in a fashion that really presses the pedal hard in making a difference to some of these pressing issues? So these are some of the points I thought would be useful to discuss. And I will now invite our very esteemed panelists for their comments and opening remarks. Once we've gone through the remarks, and we would have some time for taking up some questions. So I have great pleasure, first of all, in inviting Mr. Peter Becker, President and CEO of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Peter, thank you very much for joining in. And despite I know it's been a very busy schedule and you're also engaged with certain board meetings, but much appreciated. Thank you very much for joining, and over to you for your comments.
Well, good afternoon to all of you, and Sanjeev, thank you very much for having me in your session today. Apologies for not being with you myself in New Delhi. I wanted to come, but as Sanjeev said, there's a board meeting today here in Amsterdam that I need to attend. Thank you, CII, for putting together this session, because it's, like Sanjeev said, critically important that we talk about the harmonization of ESG standards. And Sanjeev, congratulations on another job title, the chair of the B20 India Action Council on ESG. It's great to see you at the helm of that. My name is Peter Becker. I'm the CEO of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. But what I really want to talk about is sustainability. As Sanjeev rightly said, is now really circling around 3 or 4 big concepts. We're in a climate crisis, we're in a biodiversity crisis, we're in an inequity crisis, and we need to transform the economies that we all operate towards a net zero, nature positive, more circular, and more inclusive and equitable society. And that means that business is now entering a phase of radical transformation. The products that will be brought to market will change. Innovation is a big part of the sustainability agenda now. This is no longer a story of doom and gloom. This has really become a story of opportunity, of markets that are evolving, of new technologies that will be brought to bear. The realization, however, is that it cannot be just a company on its own trying to make these transformations happen. We need to work throughout the supply chain, and that means, in most cases, throughout the world, given how global many of the supply chains have gone. Fundamentally, it means that, an ESG conversation is not just about what or how do we report to external stakeholders. It is really fundamentally on how do we allocate the capital in companies How do we spend our research dollars? Where do we spend them? So it's about decision making. It's about the progress we make. And then, of course, at one stage, it is also about how do we actually disclose that progress to the external world. So in some ways, the way I think about ESG reporting is we have this massive business transformation moving towards a net zero, nature positive, more circular and more equitable world. And ESG is the language in which we talk about these transformations to the outside world. For business, one of the primary stakeholders obviously will be its shareholders, its investors, but more and more it is also how do we engage the external stakeholders, the public at large, how do we ensure that we comply with all the regulations that are out there, and at the same time, how do we make sure that these transformations are happening in a way that the business continues to be successful. And the demand for ESG disclosures is rapidly rising, whether it's regulatory changes. And I've seen the recent paper that the Security Exchange Board in India put out. And India, in many ways, actually is leading the pack in making disclosures mandatory, making reasonable assurance mandatory. But we'll see it now everywhere. In Montreal in December, during the Biodiversity COP, even there, it's now said that companies need to disclose their impacts and dependencies on nature. We see a big pushback on companies. Trust in companies is at times running rather low. ESG is still seen as greenwashing, and we need to break through that. As I said, you cannot transform your business if you don't disclose across supply chains. And then, of course, last but not least, investors begin to ask for more and more disclosures. And that's maybe a good point to pause, because if you think about what does an investor need to be able to gauge the performance, the ESG performance of a business, it's relatively simple. It needs to be credible data. That's where assurance will come in. It needs to be comparable data so that when companies produce reports, they are actually using the similar metrics, and it needs to be material data. We shouldn't have 500-600 page CSR reports. We should just have what is truly important for the performance of a business. As Sanjeev rightly said, the landscape at this point in time is fragmented. I have no way of seeing what the size of screen you will all be watching my slides, but it is a very complicated framework at the global, at the regional, and even at the specific levels. And this complicated, fragmented set of protocols is actually hindering the adaptation by business of these standards. And if business does not disclose transparently, shareholders and other stakeholders have no way of assessing which company is actually making the best progress. In the climate space, one of the most urgent sustainability challenges that we all face, there is now the beginning of a strong alignment. TCFD, SBTi are really defining what are the metrics. We see capital market platforms, GFANs and others, really beginning to formulate what is it, the type of information that we need from business. We see now at many levels the financial disclosures frameworks emerge. And of course, one of the most important ones is the ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board that has been set up by the IFRS. That will, in July of this year, publish its 2 reporting frameworks for climate disclosures. And our call is very simple. If we want to harmonize the ESG landscape, we should all use ISSB as the global standard. And so I'm saying the alignment in climate disclosures is now making good progress. But even there, if you look at this particular picture, depending on the use, whether it's for target setting, for carbon markets, for external disclosures, or for climate rating, the landscape is still too difficult to navigate for business. So what we are proposing is a simplified corporate carbon accountability system. We've launched this at WBCSD during COP27 on the back of the high-level expert group report asking for more transparency. And we've said, as it is not just about disclosure, we need to start with companies need to set a net zero target. They need to have a transition plan. They need to use carbon accounting tools like the Greenhouse Gas Protocol and, very importantly, Scope 3 accounting, and then move externally towards an ISSB disclosure framework so that all users of the information, investors, raters, or the general public, will have a standardized, bottom-up built system. This simplified corporate carbon accountability system is now being developed with the many companies that we work with and will be presented during the COP28 in Dubai later this year as the carbon accountability system track for COP28. So let me finish on my last slide. This is often daunting for company leaders that have only just started on the ESG journey. And these are actually the 4 steps that companies should think through. Firstly, what is the risk management system that companies use to not only look at their financial, but also at their environmental and social risks? Second step is, what are the company targets that you set, the commitments you make to become net zero, nature positive, more equitable? Thirdly, and that's a critical step for many business leaders, how can you turn this agenda into an innovation agenda, a growth agenda, a new market opportunity agenda? And then last but not least, how do you then transparently disclose this information to the external markets through your ESG disclosures, the reporting, but also internally into the financial strategy and the incentives? So I think those are the steps. We can simplify the system. We need to standardize the ESG disclosures, and ISSB would be a great global framework for all of us to use. Thank you very much, and back over to the room.
Thank you, Peter. That was a very comprehensive presentation, and you touched upon some very important points of assurance, comparability, and materiality, and also making the point very clear that it's not just about disclosure, it is about how all of this integrates into the decision-making of the enterprise. Thank you very much for those insightful points. I now have pleasure in inviting Mr. Edward Shrafat, Mayor of Narangul, and the audience may like to use the translation sets that are made available.
Muy buen día a todos. Ha sido un gusto estar aquí con ustedes. Tenía un deseo muy grande de conocer algunas cosas de India y tenemos la oportunidad de hacerlo. Quería agradecerle a Cii por la oportunidad de poder estar en ese foro tan importante. Creo que no solamente para India y sí para todo el mundo. Queremos agradecerle a la Embajada de India en Paraguay, que hizo posible nuestra venida, y también la Embajada de Paraguay aquí en Delhi, donde nos dieron todo el apoyo. Paraguay es un país pequeño que tiene 406,000 kilómetros cuadrados, es 8 veces menor que India. Tenemos 7,5 millones de habitantes, somos 185 veces menor en población do que India, pero estamos en el corazón de Sudamérica, somos un país mediterráneo, no tenemos mares, pero tenemos 2 ríos muy caudalentos que nos ayudan en la producción y también para sacar nuestros productos que tenemos en el país. Nuestra mayor fortaleza que tenemos en Paraguay es la producción agropecuaria. Hoy Paraguay produce aproximadamente alimentos para 80 millones de personas y tenemos la capacidad en los próximos 10 años de duplicar esa cantidad de producción en nuevas fronteras agropecuarias que el país ofrece hoy en día. Somos el primer exportador número 1 del mundo de energía limpia. Nuestras energías son generadas por hidroeléctricas. Tenemos 2 grandes hidroeléctricas en el país, siendo la binacional de Itaipú, que se construyó en conjunto con Brasil, siendo la mayor hidroeléctrica del planeta hoy. Somos el 4º mayor exportador de soja hoy y el 8º mayor productor de carne. Lo que nosotros enfocamos en los últimos años dentro de la producción agropecuaria y dentro de las administraciones que tenemos es la sustentabilidad. Vemos que solamente a través de la sustentabilidad vamos a conseguir lograr el desarrollo de nuestro país y de nuestra región. Nuestra sustentabilidad funciona y tiene bases firmes dentro del marco legal. Si no cumplimos con los marcos legales, es muy difícil poder desarrollar un programa sustentable. También cumplimos con los aegis establecidos. Y un modelo que nos dio fortaleza, que nos dio avance dentro del programa que tenemos hoy, ya que se estuvo mencionando mucho en ese foro, es la asociación pública-privada. El gobierno tiene que ser un ente regulador, tiene que darle las condiciones al sector privado y el sector privado va a realizar las transformaciones que se necesitan. Y como gobierno local, nosotros tenemos hoy un convenio bastante fuerte con las cooperativas, que es un sistema que funciona muy bien en nuestro país y vemos que es un modelo de que juntos, entre ellos, los productores pueden progresar más rápidamente y esa asociación con el sector público funciona bastante bien. Aquí le tenemos al presidente de nuestra Unión de Cooperativas de Paraguay, que son responsables en nuestra región de aproximadamente 13% de la producción nacional, y siendo las cooperativas del país a nivel nacional aproximadamente 50% de todo lo que se produce en el país. Nosotros, dentro de lo que es la sustentabilidad, vemos que solamente podemos hacerlo si tenemos equilibrio. Y el equilibrio se da en 4 ejes principales que tenemos establecidos: el económico, social, ambiental e institucional. Si alguno de esos ejes o alguno de esos puntos no está en equilibrio, no funciona. Lo tenemos como un ejemplo, como si fuera una mesa. Si falta una de las patas, el sistema no funciona. Tenemos muy claro que todos los problemas y todas las soluciones que podemos tener en el área social, ambiental e institucional dependen del sector económico. Sin los recursos necesarios, sin la generación de riquezas, donde las empresas son fundamentales en eso, no podemos tener los otros 3 pilares funcionando. Somos un país que producimos bajo mucha responsabilidad. Nuestra agricultura hoy está basada en más de 95% de las áreas cultivadas bajo un sistema de siembra directa, que es un sistema que no revuelve el suelo, que usamos coberturas vegetales para mantener la humedad y mantener la fertilidad. Somos hoy Paraguay un país que tiene un equilibrio absoluto del carbono y nos acaban de informar que se hizo un estudio en NASA donde somos positivos en el cambio de carbono. Entonces vemos que estamos tratando de hacer un trabajo bastante responsable y todas las actividades que hacemos es mirando hacia una baja emisión de carbono. Tenemos también programas establecidos dentro del país y una de las grandes preocupaciones que tenemos es el agua. El agua es tan fundamental, estuvimos escuchando hoy también que los agricultores necesitamos agua, las ciudades tienen grandes problemas de agua, de tanto de la disponibilidad como de la calidad. Entonces tenemos programas donde hacemos en el origen, en el campo, en cualquier lugar, la recuperación de nuestras nacientes de agua, que son aguas naturales que sirven para la población. También tenemos nuestros sistemas de tratamiento de agua en el país, donde abastecen los grandes centros urbanos con bastante calidad y un desafío con el crecimiento de la población de ir acarreando esa agua con calidad. Tenemos, como somos país netamente, básicamente agrícola, nuestros caminos, principalmente nuestros caminos rurales que llegan a los agricultores, tratamos de hacer sistemas de conservación de esos caminos para que ellos no acarreen sedimento hacia los arroyos, hacia los ríos, matando nuestras nacientes de agua en nuestros ríos. Y también ayudamos para que podamos tener una infiltración de agua, para que tengamos aguas subterráneas de mejor calidad. Utilizamos las buenas prácticas en todos los sentidos, las buenas prácticas agrícolas, las buenas prácticas en todas las actividades agropecuarias, en la parte de salud, de educación, en todos los aspectos. Pero también tenemos varios desafíos, que yo creo que eso es muy importante si podemos tener una integración global de todos los países y llevar las tecnologías que necesitamos a nuestro país y también a países de la región, donde el tratamiento de los residuos urbanos, el destino de esos residuos urbanos tal vez sea en la parte ambiental hoy el mayor problema que tenemos en Paraguay. También tenemos programas de formación de los niños en nuestra escuela, pero tenemos que difundirlo más, porque la transformación que vemos en nuestra sociedad, que vamos a tener en nuestra sociedad, va a depender de la educación que le damos a nuestros niños. La formación de jóvenes en escuelas de formación técnica, que son las escuelas antes de las universidades. Y un desafío enorme que tenemos es de que nuestras universidades se adapten realmente a los cambios que tanto necesitamos hoy con el avance de la tecnología, con la necesidad que se tiene principalmente la industria, la agricultura y el comercio hoy, y nuestras universidades están todavía desfasadas muchísimos años con programas educacionales que no atienden esa necesidad. Los cambios vienen realizándose de forma muy rápida y las universidades no se están adaptando. Es un desafío enorme que tenemos en nuestro país. También uno de los desafíos es la igualdad de oportunidades que tenemos. Estamos llevando muchas empresas a nuestro país que vienen invirtiendo de otros países de la región principalmente, donde podemos dar igualdad de oportunidades a las mujeres y a los pueblos indígenas. Eso es fundamental para nuestro crecimiento, para poder hacer. Particularmente en nuestro municipio tenemos instaladas algunas industrias donde el 90% de la mano de obra es hoy femenina, solucionando un problema grave que tenemos hoy en nuestro país. Necesitamos la generación de la mano de obra para el crecimiento de nuestra población y eso solamente va a venir con la industrialización. También tenemos una gran generación de energía, como había dicho antes, pero tenemos problemas de distribución de esa energía en rincones que no llegan la energía por su forma de distribución. Entonces, nuevas alternativas como las energías solares y eólicas son fundamentales para que podamos tener el progreso en todos los lugares, para cada una de las familias de nuestro país y nuestra región pueden tener energía. Y un gran desafío es la innovación, tener empresas de innovación que pueden llevar esa tecnología a nuestra región, a nuestro país y poder disponibilizar eso para las empresas, para el gran progreso que necesitamos. Todo eso debemos hacerlo con mucha responsabilidad, porque los cambios son realmente muy rápidos y esos cambios muy rápidos a veces causan muchos problemas que la tecnología, como ya se dijo hoy aquí, es muy importante en todo el progreso y es fundamental. No vamos a frenar eso de ninguna manera, pero tenemos que hacerlo responsable porque también crean algunos problemas. Tenemos algunas oportunidades en nuestro país y en la región, que sería la población muy joven, tenemos una población joven en nuestro país, con una capacidad enorme de trabajo y también con una facilidad de aprendizaje, principalmente lo que es la tecnología. Necesitamos en nuestra región, en nuestro país, empresas de transformación de la materia prima primaria que se produce principalmente en el campo y que se produce en la agropecuaria. Necesitamos estructuras de ferrocarriles. Vemos que también es una preocupación bastante grande acá de los ministerios de India para llevar, y tienen hoy India tecnologías suficientes para poder atender a otros lugares del mundo. Sabemos que estamos muy distantes, de pronto eso sería el mayor problema, pero creo que la integración hoy, principalmente con los programas de innovación y con la tecnología, nos van a facilitar mucho. Tenemos necesidad de servicios a las personas y tenemos para eso una disponibilidad de energía bastante grande en el país, suficiente para que las empresas puedan instalarse y podamos desarrollarnos. Con esa integración de los pueblos, yo creo que sí tenemos condiciones de tener un país mejor, un continente mejor, para poder llevar adelante los sueños que tenemos de crecimiento, los sueños de integración que tenemos, y para que podamos tener un planeta cada vez mejor, más agradable y más fácil de vivir. Tenemos un pequeño video, no sé si podemos ver. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edward Shrafat. That was a very good way of explaining how ESG has been manifested through your 4 pillars of public policy and the very important pillar of public-private partnership, and inculcating the right thinking from early stage. So thank you very much for this. I have now pleasure in inviting Mr. John Bolton, Director of Policy, ICAEW. Over to you.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you for the invitation to join the ESG Action Council and for the invitation to speak here today to the Partnership Summit. And thank you very much to CII. I'm John Bolton, Director of Policy at ICAEW, Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales. And I wanted to reflect just briefly on why we're all here today together and what we can achieve from meeting together. And that is, I think, the mobilization of capital across international borders. If we are to mobilize the scale of capital needed to bring about the transformation, not just the environmental transformation that the planet needs, but also a social transformation that works for everyone, that works for all communities and brings everyone along with it. The scale of our task is huge. That means clean energy, it means cleaning transportation, and it means building the green buildings for construction that's going to bring the sustainability into our built environment. That transformation that brings people along with it means affordable power as well as power that's clean water and sanitation, and decent work that contributes to economic growth, free of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. But it's estimated that something in the region of $5 to $7 trillion is going to be needed every year to enable this transition towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Currently, investment falls far short of what's needed to actually do this. But there's 200 trillion of capital globally. So the money is there. And what can we do? What small steps can we each contribute on that journey towards enabling those investments to happen that support this transformation? Well, we think that there are three things in particular that are crucial to ensuring that happens. Transparency, trust, and integrity. Because without those things, people aren't going to be able to make the decisions that are needed to allocate capital to where it needs to be. And those steps that are made are going to stop short. We're not going to be able to build, we're not going to be able to invest, we're not going to have the confidence that's needed to enable all these things to happen. And as investment starts to take place, stewardship of the investment, stewardship of those monies that are flowing, then becomes increasingly important. And it's inspiring to see the steps that India has taken. It's pioneering CSR rules, which are releasing 2% of corporate profits into CSR activities, are an example and a model that everybody could follow. But that model within the Companies Act is very much based on transparency and trust, because if we don't trust those investments are being made appropriately, how can we continue to invest our capital, our financial capital, our social capital, our environmental capital in achieving this? And what can we do to ensure that sustainable finance continues to flow as well? So I think we have two goals here. We've got a goal around ensuring that we can take stewardship of investment as it starts to happen, and that needs transparency and trust. And we need to enable that investment to happen in the first place, and that needs the infrastructure to be able to deliver it. India is making huge strides forward in this regard, but there's a lot to be done to ensure that we have clear, comparable reporting that we can all have trust in. We need green growth and not greenwashing. So how can we do that? Well, we think there are three things in particular that are going to really help in this regard and that chartered accountants can contribute towards achieving. And there are so many different parts of this. It's important to emphasize there are so many different steps in this journey that need to happen. We're only one part of that transition. But I think understanding what we can all do and how we can do it at the right speed and pace, following the inspiring example that India is setting around the very fast progress in a number of these areas, is really essential, and that's one of the things that we can do as we come together for these meetings. To build credibility, you need trust, and that relies, I think, on independent and robust assurance. And it needs what we call in the accountancy profession reasonable assurance, and having a roadmap, a reasonable roadmap towards achieving that reasonable assurance. That's a tangible policy step that we can take. Legal certainty around the scope of that assurance in the E, the S, and the G. What's expected and how do they come together? And how can we establish market-recognized, internationally comparable assurance standards as the base? And the new ISA 3000 in India is a great example of what can be done here. But we also need to build the capacity, the human and the institutional capacity to be able to do all of this, because standards without the people to implement them, without the people to do all the very great range of things that need to be done, measuring, holding people to account, needs a huge amount of human capacity to be brought to bear. It needs the skills to be able to do this. It needs a reliable and wide ecosystem so that we can have third-party verification and assurance that we can trust, and the people within that to deliver it. And we need to take people along a human journey, something where we encourage sustainability education and make it available to everyone. We enable those who are going to be powering this transition to take their interest in sustainability, and for many people it does start with a real interest in sustainability, but taking that into competency and then professional mastery of the skills needed to be able to do all of these many various things. How can we embed the sustainability education at the heart of this? And how can we bring the finance system along? How can we bring the banks with us? How can we help the banks to have the support they need for evaluation and certification of the green credentials of the projects that they finance? And then finally, I think the third strand that supports these is to have harmony, because without harmony, we're not going to achieve a system that is robust against greenwashing. We're not going to be able to bring people to be able to do the different parts of this that need to be done. We're not going to be able to speak the same language. We're not going to be able to communicate across borders. The need and demand for a global baseline for reporting to underpin national priorities in sustainability and transformation is well established. That's what's needed to boost international finance, and a global baseline is something we can all strive towards with the establishment of the ISSB standards. Those standards need to be responsive to needs, and they need to be usable for every country that adopts them. And that means clear application support. It means phasing of implementation that works for each of the companies adopting. And it means strong, robust capacity building. And as I've suggested, on the human side, that's particularly important. But it goes beyond, far beyond standards for reporting, standards for assurance and strong education, because there are so many different other parts of this that need to be brought into play. On the finance side, formal definitions of what do we mean by green finance, and how can we get to an internationally recognized green taxonomy so we know what is green and we know what we're financing, and how can we build those steps together to do that. So I think we have huge opportunities over the meetings this week to collaborate to unlock finance for green growth. That's absolutely essential to get that money flowing to where it needs to go. But the biggest threat to making progress is greenwashing, and I think it's here that standards, as one small part of a bigger system, are vital, and it's great to see the progress that's being made in getting towards transparency and trust.
Thank you, Mr. John. Thank you, Mr. John Bolton, for the very purposeful comments and the dimensions that you have brought out, particularly on the social side. And I think it's a very important point about capacity building, because you need both internal and also external capacity to be able to guide the reporting and the interpretation of the standards that will emanate. I will now request Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Singhal, Central Council Member, Chairman, Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, Vice Chairman, Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Over to you, Dr. Singhal.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, Sanjeev and CII, for giving us this opportunity to be here. The topic is just right, transforming global sustainability reporting landscape, harmonization of ESG standards and the framework. And as Sanjeev, you mentioned in your opening remarks that while there are well-developed financial reporting standards and the auditing standards, we really lack the ESG reporting standards and the assurance framework. In fact, there are at least 14 frameworks under which ESG reporting happens. Until recently, there was no assurance standard also on ESG. And why? Why it has been so? Because the focus from last many decades has been on the financial information. Probably we as human beings, we as citizens of this only planet that we have, lost sight to the fact that businesses will exist only when people continue to exist, only when planet continue to exist. It's time that we realize this now. We have already seen a temperature rising to plus 1.2 degree, and it has caused extreme weather conditions. What will happen at plus 1.5 and what will happen at plus 2 degree? So what is, our response to that? I think there is a need for the triple Ps being adopted in the letter and spirit. Planet first, people later, and then profits. And I will add two more Ps to this, peace and partnerships. If we really adopt these 5 Ps in letter and spirit, then this will happen. So thus there is a need to standardize not only the reporting standards, but also the assurance framework. ISSB is trying to set a global baseline. The objective has been good, but unfortunately the approach has not been right. These standards are building on the financial reporting standards, which is not the right approach. We don't need an incremental approach. We need a very transformational approach. The two standards, S1 and S2, are really, far from reality and leave a lot to be desired. I'm really happy to state that India is taking a lead, as was mentioned by John also. BRSR is a much better framework. And even if one looks at the UNCTAD ISR framework of GCI, where the 33 core indicators are given, along with the mapping that where can you find the auditable and verifiable information. As a chair of UNCTAD 39 session, I really take pride in those 33 GCIs which are there. So if BRSR and GCIs are integrated together, that will help solve the problem to a larger extent. ICI is also working with UNDP to develop a truly integrated framework for financial as well as non-financial reporting. To address the S in ESG, the Institute of Social Auditor of India, which is set up by the Institute of Chartered Accountant of India, has come out with 16 social audit standards. And we have also developed the world's first ever ESG audit standard, which is already in the public domain, called SSAE 3000, which addresses the need for and the requirements and the methodology for audit of ESG information. We need to work together. Circular economy has been in vogue in India for centuries together. And today, as was mentioned, India is really leading the pack, be it the reporting framework, the mandatory reporting framework, or the proposed mandatory assurance framework, or the capacity building. At the ICI, we are building capacity in the profession. We have already run 15 batches and trained more than 2,000 professionals and continue to do more. We also have the world's first ever sustainability reporting maturity model and the social audit standards. I'm sure that India has been the Vishu Guru and will show the direction to the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Singhal. Thank you for the comprehensive information regarding the evolution of standards and some of the work being done in India. I think we now have 3 of the panelists who referred to the work that India has done. I think it's certainly an example in the fashion in which the whole process can be orchestrated. India has made good progress. My colleagues have spoken about, panelists have spoken about the reporting standards. I think also the panelists have spoken about CSR. But there is one other facet which I thought I'll draw attention to, which I think was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. You know, it's also about a sustainable tomorrow cannot be without sustainable lifestyles. Right? So that awareness and that habit change has also to go hand in hand. And that's again, I think, a very useful lesson and intervention that has happened. We've had a very engaging discussion, very engaging ideas have been put on the table. We don't have too much time left for questions. So I'm going to conclude the session here. We've had a very comprehensive explanation on various facets of ESG reporting, the evolution of the standards, the application in public policy, all very interesting insights, a lot of food for thought. So thank you all very much. Big thank you to all the panelists, and may I request all the participants to give a big round of applause to all the panelists for all their questions. Thank you. And thank you all for being here and patiently hearing all of us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session. We thank our distinguished dignitaries for an enriching session. We would also request Mr. Puri to please hand over the memento as token of appreciation to all the panel members. We would start with Mayor Edward Shafrat. Mr. John Bolton. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. I would also request Mr. John Bolton to please give memento to Mr. Sanjeev. I once again thank our panel of speakers. We look forward to all of you seeing in the subsequent session. Thank you. Also, I would request all the participants to please hand over the translation devices right back at the kiosk, please.
That put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are a $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Our today is about delivering excellence across business sectors. is about building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Our today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Our today is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
When you say faster, I just want to see how fast. नेक्स्ट लेवल है, मतलब अब तो मेरी वीडियो फटाक से एकदम से अपलोड हो जाएगी.
मुझे लेटेंसी की अहमियत पता है, मैं उसके लिए ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड.
The technology we have chosen is the one which is widely used in the world. Every 5G phone will work on.
सिम चेंज करने का कुछ जरूरत नहीं था मुझे. नेटवर्क चेंज किया जाके एंड 5G enabled.
And 5G plus is environment friendly. I think that is very important. क्या मस्त स्पीड है रे?
It's revolution.
Magic.
Once you use it, you can't go back.
Effective supply chain management gives power to fulfill what your customers need, when and where they need it. How will you ensure that your supply chain is reliable, flexible, innovative, and always strives for excellence?
Since the past 2 decades, TVS SCS has been the trusted name in the supply chain industry.
The legacy of TVS brand is more than 100 years old.
We are trusted for the value that we have created.
Our global presence with unmatched supply chain network pan-India, warehousing space of more than 19 million square feet, transportation network across 29 states, and a strong team of more than 10,000 professionals stand together to serve our esteemed customers.
We are trusted for the service that we provide.
Our end-to-end differentiated service portfolio is fitted as per customers' demands. We are partners in customers' journey.
We are trusted for the innovation that we can offer.
Strong technology backbone, integrated digital workflows, automated dashboards, visibility through control tower operation. We are just the way you want us, equipped with all the tools to make your supply chain resilient and agile.
We believe in the power of us.
When we partner with you, we are committed to offer you quality solutions. Together, we strive to achieve newer heights. Together, we stand united to write new success stories. 28 years, the CII Partnership Summit has been driving India's global engagement. In 2023, as CII leads B20 India, the Partnership Summit will converge government and business leaders of the world and India with the theme of Partnerships for Responsible, Accelerated, Innovative, Sustainable and Equitable Businesses. The CII Partnership Summit will align with B20 India. Global dialogues are strategized around 10 tracks. Inclusive GBCs for resilient global trade and investment. G20. Financing global recovery. Future of work, skilling and mobility. Energy, climate change and resource efficiency. Financial inclusion. Digital transformation. Technology, innovation and R&D. ESG in business. African economic integration. With country sessions, B2B meetings, state sessions and much more. The CII Partnership Summit 2023 is the world's meeting place this March. Partnerships for responsible, accelerated, innovative, sustainable and equitable businesses. CII's green initiatives. Welcome to the world of green buildings. CII's Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, with the support of all stakeholders, launched the country's first IGBC Net Zero Energy Building Rating System in 2018. This enabled the enhancement of green features of buildings by bringing in innovative and futuristic technologies. IGBC certified green buildings resulted in a tremendous reduction of energy and water consumption and also provided healthier places for people. CII's IGBC, set up over 2 decades ago, has launched many impactful and innovative initiatives. Today, IGBC has 31 different rating programs, 29 chapters across India, and 6,000 accredited professionals. With the active participation of all stakeholders, today India has achieved a major milestone of 10.22 billion square feet of registered green building footprint. India has become the second largest country in the world in green built area. From the places we stay, work, study, transit, play, and worship. The green building movement is spreading across the country as India is witnessing enormous development over the next 5 decades. Going green and net zero is the only way forward. With the rich experience of over 2 decades, IGBC launched Mission on Net Zero on Earth Day 2021, which is in alignment with the Government of India's commitment of India becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2070. We invite every citizen of our country to join the green and net zero building movement, spearheaded by IGBC, and make India the Jagat Guru in sustainability.
In 1868, the Tata Group was founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are a $100 billion global enterprise. has been built on enduring values. Our today is about delivering excellence across business sectors. Our today is about building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Our today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Our today is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
When you say faster, I just want to see how fast.
Very exciting day. Let the games begin. So we bring to you Airtel 5G Plus.
नेक्स्ट लेवल है, मतलब अब तो मेरी वीडियो फटाक से एकदम से अपलोड हो जाएगी.
मुझे लेटेंसी की अहमियत पता है, मैं उसके लिए ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड.
The technology we have chosen is the one which is widely used in the world. Every 5G phone will work on.
सिम चेंज करने का कुछ जरूरत नहीं था मुझे, नेटवर्क चेंज किया जाके एंड 5G enabled.
Airtel 5G Plus is environment friendly. I think that is very important. क्या मस्त स्पीड है रे?
It's revolution.
Magic.
Once you use it, you can't go back.
Effective supply chain management gives power to fulfill what your customers need, when and where they need it. How will you ensure that your supply chain is reliable, flexible, innovative, and always strives for excellence?
Since the past 2 decades, TVS SCS has been the trusted name in the supply chain industry.
The legacy of TVS brand is more than 100 years old.
We are trusted for the value that we have created.
Our global presence with unmatched supply chain network pan-India, warehousing space of more than 19 million square feet, transportation network across 29 states, and a strong team of more than 10,000 professionals stand together to serve our esteemed customers.
We are trusted for the service that we provide.
Our end-to-end differentiated service portfolio is fitted as per customers' demands. We are partners in customers' journey.
We are trusted for the innovation that we can offer.
Strong technology backbone, integrated digital workflows, automated dashboards, visibility through control tower operation. We are just the way you want us, equipped with all the tools to make your supply chain resilient and agile.
We believe in the power of us.
When we partner with you, we are committed to offer you quality solutions. Together, we strive to achieve newer heights. Together, we stand united to write new success stories.
आपकी बारी में।
For 28 years, the CII Partnership Summit has been driving India's global engagement. In 2023, as CII leads B20 India, the Partnership Summit will converge government and business leaders of the world and India with the theme of partnerships for responsible, accelerated, innovative, sustainable, and equitable businesses. The CII Partnership Summit will align with B20 India. Global dialogues are strategized around 10 tracks. Inclusive GVCs for resilient global trade and investment. G20. Financing global recovery. Future of work, skilling and mobility. Energy, climate change and resource efficiency. Financial inclusion. Digital transformation. Technology, innovation and R&D. ESG in business. African economic integration. With country sessions, B2B meetings, state sessions and much more. The CII Partnership Summit 2023 is the world's meeting place this March. Partnerships for responsible, accelerated, innovative, sustainable and equitable businesses.
I hope you all have had a nice lunch and nice to see all of you back here for the last session today. Learnings from the Jam Trinity. Sounds very interesting, and we have with us all our speakers who are joining us on the dais, and they will be with us soon. We have with us Shri Saurabh K. Tiwari, Joint Secretary, DBT, Mission Cabinet Secretariat, Government of India. Dr. Saurabh Garg, CEO, the UIDAI, Government of India. Mr. Arun Sharma, Senior Digital Development Specialist, World Bank. Ms. Sohela Shaukat Ali Khan, Country Program Manager, UN Women. Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha, Founder and Chairperson, Mandeshi Mahila Bank. So can we welcome all our speakers, please, ladies and gentlemen? That's nice. I'd like to begin the session by inviting Mr. Ranan Banerjee, Government Sector Leader, PricewaterhouseCoopers India Limited, to give his opening remarks and take the session forward. Over to you, Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to the distinguished panelists and to the audience. Under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, more than 48 crore beneficiaries have been enrolled. Now, there was always in the initial part, there was an apprehension that whether this zero balance account will be a cost to the banks or is it something that's going to work. So there were a lot of apprehensions. But what we understand is that the average balances in these accounts are quite high. And we have about 1.7 trillion as of end of last year, more than 1.75 trillion rupees that were lying in these bank accounts. Now that, and majority of these are in public sector banks. So clearly it is a money that has come into the system for the development of the country, because this money is available for investments. This was earlier not there in the system. They were probably lying, small amounts lying in the biscuit tins or under the pillows of rural households. And majority of these accounts are in rural households that have been opened. And also a very significant thing is that a majority, more than 50% of these accounts are women account holders. So this opening bank accounts at such a mission mode, and our Honorable Prime Minister's vision that everything has to be taken to saturation levels, that everybody has to be banked. So it's not good that we are at 85%, 90%, but everybody has to be banked. So with that, this mission mode, we have been able to bank a majority of people. But the next step, of course, and what it has allowed, and then when we talk about the JAM Trinity, the next part was the Aadhaar. And since through this Aadhaar, we have seen the benefits of the direct benefit transfer that happened, and especially during the pandemic. Because if Aadhaar-linked Jan Dhan accounts were not there, we can imagine the difficulty we would have faced in supporting the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So Aadhaar, of course, came as a second part, and of course, mobile phones. Now, through mobiles, the transactions that can be done is something, and an extension of that is the UPI that has come in. And of course, the utility of the mobile phones in this trinity has gone up significantly because of the UPI. So this is a trinity which has actually made poor people at the bottom of the pyramid who were apprehensive of approaching a bank, getting banked, and they are slowly having savings. Though the challenge, of course, is that many of these accounts are dormant. So to have real financial inclusion and for people to use the power of this having been banked and taking that forward as to how they utilize it for more credit, more financial services, other financial services other than just having bank accounts. How can they have maybe insurance? How can they have access to credit and maybe small credits? How can they have a credit history built in so that they can possibly get money at better interest rates as we progress? So there are so many applications of this. So I think I have with me the panelists who are the architects and at the center of these initiatives. So with those remarks, I would invite Shri Saurav Tiwari, who is Joint Secretary, DBT Mission, Cabinet Secretariat. Mr. Tiwari holds a master's degree in political science. In addition, he holds an MBA in finance and LLB degree from Delhi University. Besides being a fellow of the University Grants Commission, he has taught political philosophy in the postgraduate classes of the University of Allahabad for 2 years. And after clearing the civil service exam, he joined the Indian Post and Telegraph Accounts and Finance Service. He has wide-ranging work experience in Government of India and PSUs. He has also served as the financial advisor to the Indian Air Force in the Central Air Command. He was instrumental in designing and implementing the software for the revision of pension of more than 2 million defense pensioners. And Mr. Tiwari is an avid sportsman, has won various accolades in badminton, cricket, tennis, volleyball, and is a multifaceted personality. So no better person to lead the DBT mission, and I would request Mr. Tiwari to make his opening remarks. Yes, please. Okay.
Yeah, I can use it. A very
distinguished speakers and panelists on the dais, and the learned audience, a very good afternoon to you. I have been asked to make the opening remarks on the JAM Trinity, and today morning I was wondering how to carry it forward, and I was going through the newspaper, and there was a lot of references to the traffic jams in Delhi. So this JAM Trinity is definitely not jamming the system. It is something which is evolving into a great means of public service delivery. And after that, I had my breakfast and I was putting jam on my bread. So I thought that was the more appropriate jam that I'll talk about today. So what is jam? So most of my work has already been done by Roman, so I'll quickly go through that part of it. So J is for the Jan Dhan accounts, and Jan Dhan accounts were for a financial inclusion drive. And then next is Aadhaar, where it is a digital identity, and of course mobile. So we start with Jan Dhan, and through the Jan Dhan, about 47 crores zero balance bank accounts were opened, and today we have around 1.61 billion bank accounts in the country, and they are bundled with insurance, with overdraft facility, RuPay debit card. Around 32 crore RuPay debit cards have been issued to the holders of Jan Dhan accounts. The scale is huge, 99.99, so almost 100% of the villages have a banking touch point within 5 kilometers distance. So the whole idea of financial inclusion is not only to enroll them for bank accounts, but also to ensure that those bank accounts can be operated with ease. Then we have doorstep banking services available, and there is a vast network of the banks, the Indian post payment banks, the post offices, and the Grameen Dak Sevak. So they all put together their efforts, and this is all captured in an app which is called the Jan Dhan Darshak mobile app, where if you download that app, you will be able to see the nearest financial touch points so that the citizens have ease of business. And in addition to that, there is the common service centers throughout the country. We have more than 5 lakh common service centers, where in assisted mode, you get banking services also and a host of other services also. Aadhaar, we have CEO UIDAI, Dr. Saurabh Garg sir here. He would talk in detail, but I would just give an introduction that it is a unique digital identifier, 12 numeric digits, and there is an online authentication and deduplication available. The online authentication can be done in various modes. There is demographic authentication, there is biometric authentication, which is from 3 modes, that is the iris, the fingerprints, and the face is also now coming up in a big way. Then we have offline verification, where there is no connectivity, yet you can authenticate yourself using the UR code. So QR code is technically not authentication, but it is a verification that the Aadhaar number and the details, the demographic details there, they can be read using the M-Aadhaar app of UIDAI. Then the beauty of Aadhaar as an identification mechanism is that anytime and anywhere online verification can be done, and Aadhaar also serves as a financial address for seamless financial transactions, and there are 2 modes. One is the Aadhaar payment bridge, through which the government gives the welfare benefits in cash directly to the bank account using the Aadhaar as a financial address, where it is linked to a bank account on the NPCI mapper. And then there is an Aadhaar enabled payment system through which you can use your Aadhaar, and the banking correspondents using a POS device can give you your money in cash up to the extent of rupees 10,000 while you are sitting at home as a doorstep service. It is also available in the customer service centers that I referred to. And then we have the mobile, which is
a very affordable means to access the digital world. Again, we have a very deep penetration here with around 1.17 mobile phones, with around 80 crore smartphones in the country. The mobile connectivity has again reached 94% of the Indian villages, and the rest are also proposed to be covered very shortly within a period of 1 year. The tele-density is 93%. We have one of the most affordable tariffs in the world. Mobile is also used for OTP authentication also, and biometric authentication also, especially face authentication. Then real-time communication of milestones is available to the various, to the citizens for the various schemes or services that they avail. Then there is an Umang app, which is an app which has been developed by the government in order to ensure that all the apps which give citizen-friendly services are available on that app. So you don't need to download hundreds of apps. You just download the Umang app, and so many other facilities would be available to you on the Umang. And then there are some spin-offs of the JAM Trinity, which I would discuss when we go further. Now, what are the learnings from the JAM Trinity? Number one learning is that you have to invest in digital public infrastructure. And we are already seeing that there are so many externalities, there are so many multiplier effects which are boosting the whole ecosystem when we invest in a digital public infrastructure. Then the other learning is that you should harvest benefits of scale. Because the scale is so large, we have 135 crore Aadhars which have been issued, 161 crore bank accounts have been opened, including the 47 odd crores of Jan Dhan accounts. We have 117 crore mobile connections, and all this, they create a system whereby we are able to give affordable services to the citizens. As we just saw, Aadhaar is virtually free. Mobile, we have the most affordable tariffs in the world, and the Jan Dhan accounts especially are free of cost and zero-based accounts. So they make it a viable proposition for the citizens. Then we have different models for establishing this digital public infrastructure. Aadhaar, for instance, is exclusively public sector. All the money is spent by the government. Jan Dhan is predominantly public sector. There are private banks also, but the bulk of the accounts have been opened in the public sector. And in mobile, it is the other way around. It is predominantly driven by the private sector, and the public sector has a very minimal, around 10% of market share. Now, due to the interlinkages of the various components of the JAM Trinity, we are getting manifold benefits. For instance, Aadhaar and mobile, when they are linked, they give so many other services which can be used without much of an incremental and marginal cost. Then we have around 72% of Aadhaars which are linked with the mobile numbers, and 89% of the mobile numbers are linked with Aadhaar. So it is a two-way linkage. Then Aadhaar and bank account, 59% of Aadhaar numbers are seeded with bank accounts. That is on the NPCI mapper, and then we use Aadhaar as a financial address, which we have already discussed. Similarly, there is a linkage of bank account with mobile, and this makes mobile as a financial address. This is one of the big innovations that India has made, that mobile number becomes a financial address. And how did we do this? It was a very interesting thing that the regulator of telecom made it mandatory for the mobile operators to ensure that they give connectivity to all those entities who are in the banking field as approved by the central bank, that is RBI. So the 5-way authentication was reduced to 2-way authentication, and that drastically brought down the costs also, and that made this whole UPI business possible. Then using this JAM Trinity, we have been able to create new digital public infrastructure. The most important perhaps are the two listed here, the DBT and the UPI, which we'll discuss in detail later. UPI also we have a speaker who will discuss it. DBT I'll discuss a little later in my presentation. Then what another learning from the JAM Trinity is that we have to bridge the digital divide, and it comes both in terms of digital literacy and financial inclusion. Financial inclusion we have already talked about. As regards digital literacy, it is to be seen, to be believed on the roads of India that those who are virtually illiterate are able to use digital devices, and that is the level of inclusion also and literacy also that the JAM Trinity has brought about. Now, DBT is my area, and what is DBT? It's very simple terms. It means that money is transferred or benefits are transferred directly to the beneficiary. And in case of cash schemes, the money is transferred electronically. And in case of in-kind schemes like fertilizer, like food, the money is transferred and it is taken as DBT only if there is an Aadhaar authentication while getting the delivery. So we have also achieved end-to-end digitization in approximately 70% of the central government schemes and around 50% of the state schemes, so that it makes the life of citizen easy, and it ensures that you can avail the benefits sitting at your house. This was very helpful, especially during the pandemic. And the result of DBT is that around 100 million fake bank accounts have been removed, 100 million fake beneficiaries have been removed from the system, and the total saving is more than 2 lakh crores, around 2 lakh 44 lakh crores due to the DBT program. DBT has won praise across the world. We have World Bank President praising DBT. We have IMF Deputy Director praising DBT. Now, what is the ongoing work and way forward? Number one is that for schemes, as of now, we were using Aadhaar only as an identifier. Now we want to use Aadhaar in eligibility determination documentation also. For instance, if you are applying for a scholarship and you have an eligibility requirement that you should have passed class 10th. So you need not upload your certificate now in the portal. Rather, you can just give your Aadhaar number and the portal would automatically go to the issuing board and pick up your certificate. So that is what we are working on. Then we have, this will save time for the government. We are also thinking in terms of social registry. Many state governments have already instituted social registries, and the next step could be maybe a federated social registry for the country, which would be in the form of a federation of databases of the various states, whereby we could do suo moto transfer of benefits. On the ongoing front, we are already allowing use of Aadhaar for telcos and banks. Now, is there a case for allowing use of Aadhaar for the other businesses also? That is something which I see as a way forward. Then, if we have to do that, then we have to put in place a robust privacy and security architecture so that we are able to achieve it. So, in sum and substance, I am often reminded of Alvin Toffler, who wrote about 3.5 decades back that telecom and banking, once they merge, they are going to change the system in ways which we can never imagine. And of course, he could not have visualized Aadhaar at that time. But today I see how far-sighted he was. And now everything has come to our hand in our palm. And I am quoting William Blake here. Auguries of Innocence was his poem, where he said, to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wild flower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Shridwari. That was a great overview of what the JAM Trinity is doing and what is the way forward and what we can look forward to. Essentially, the ease of living externalities that we can look at using the Aadhaar. With that, I'll move to the keynote address today by Dr. Saurabh Garg. Dr. Saurabh Garg is the Chief Executive Officer of UID Authority of India, the AA of the JAM, Dr. Garg is an IS officer of Odisha cadre and has worked in the Departments of Expenditure and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and as advisor at the World Bank, Washington, D.C. Prior to joining the IS, he was with the Tata Administrative Service. He has worked on areas like digitalizing agriculture, direct income transfer scheme for farmers, formation of the National Investment and Infrastructure Fund, the NIIF, improving the foreign direct investment policies, preparing framework for digital payments, revamping of the gold sector policies, and has led negotiations for the bilateral investment treaties. Dr. Garg holds a PhD in International Economics and Development from the Johns Hopkins University, USA, an MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, and a BTech from IIT Delhi. He was a Chevening Gurukul Scholar at the London School of Economics, London. No better and distinguished person than Dr. Saurabh Garg to give us the keynote address for the day.
Thank you, distinguished panelists and audience. I must say that I'm very happy to be here in more ways than one. It's a pleasure to come for the Cii Partnership Summit, and especially to see a large audience for the last session post-lunch. So thank you for being here, and thank you patiently for... I think my friend Saurabh Tiwari has already given a very good overview of JAM and how it is helping and what is planned. I would just focus on a few of the issues just to highlight what kind of implications and what kind of transformations that the JAM Trinity has been able to bring in the larger context of digital India and where we are moving in terms of the digitalization in the country. Just two points I just want to say, which are collateral benefits of the JAM Trinity, which perhaps we didn't anticipate initially when the program, the DBT program, was being implemented. We have, for example, the PDS rations on month after month are being given across the country to 80 crore people based on authentication through Aadhaar. What it has also helped in implementing what is commonly called one nation, one ration card, that you can pick up, half the family might be staying in the village somewhere, and one or two people are working in any of the urban centers, Mumbai, Delhi, elsewhere. And two people can draw their rations out here, and the balance can draw it from the village. So out of the 80 crore people, nearly 3 crore people are drawing their rations despite not being there in the village, which was not even thought of when we started the program 5-7 years back, that this could be implemented. And I think you can just imagine the kind of benefit that flows from this. Another collateral is the flexibility of the shop from where you can pick up your rations. Otherwise, in a village, you have very little choice, and the person, the shopkeeper who handles the ration shop is pretty, has a bargaining power, is totally in their favor. But now you have the ability to choose and say that if you are not happy with the service with that particular shop, you can go to another shop because all you need is your fingerprint to draw your ration. So I think the choice that it is giving to vulnerable people at the bottom of the pyramid is also possible because of this trinity and the digital work that's going on. And I don't need to mention about the speed of implementation. PM Kisan, when it was started, could be implemented in a manner of weeks, which normally used to take us months to implement a new program at scale with 10 crore farmers being assisted. So I think these kind of benefits will only increase as we move forward. Some of the traditional areas where there have been concerns expressed around digitalization and the increased digital work, which will only go on given the fact that we have around 8 or 8.5% of the GDP, which is currently estimated to be based of what we can call the digital, which is based on the digital part of the GDP. And apart from that, 22% of the GDP is what is called digitally dependent, the GDP which is digitally dependent. So the amount of this digitally dependent or digital GDP will only increase. We have the internal targets of 1 trillion by 2025 and et cetera, et cetera. And some of the concerns normally expressed are around the issues of inclusion, connectivity, and matters of access. So I just want to highlight, I think the figures were already mentioned earlier on the number of telephone subscribers, internet connections is around 840 million internet connections we have in the country. And just to add that we have a population of 135 crore, that means around 30 to 35 crore households. And the only metric to use it only as an individual, while it is the ideal, but we need to take into account or at least recognize that when you say we have, let us say, 80 crore smartphones, 85 crore internet connections, 120 crore mobile connections, that does imply that at least even in the most vulnerable household, there will be one person in the household which would have this internet connectivity, may not be, but definitely telephone availability. And that is very critical because as for any government program, really the metric to benchmark your success is whether we are reaching the last mile, household or person. And I think in the digital world, we are no longer maybe 5-7 years back where we were, that we are unable to reach the digital. And you look at there's been a 200% increase in the internet subscriptions between 2015 and 21. And now out of the 650,000 villages, perhaps less than 25,000 which are where we have some connectivity issues, and that also are being resolved through BharatNet program, which is being implemented. And Bhashini, which is again a language model, which will take care of the issues of accessibility around regional languages and availability of English. And I suppose this is what is leading to the fact that we have one of the lowest cost of data per gigabyte in the world. And we are also one of the largest consumers of data globally. And we have the third largest, I think, online consumers globally. So connectivity and I would say is important. We need to further improve it, but it's not a game stopper. The second has been on the financial access part. Saurabh already mentioned about the bank accounts and all. I would just like to highlight one area which is also transforming the way DBT has been implemented is the AEPS, the Aadhaar-enabled payment systems, which NPCI runs with Aadhaar, of course, as the backbone. And what it has enabled is that even in the remotest village, if you are there, you will have a POS machine, which is essentially a card reader with a fingerprint reader attached to it. We have around 50 to 55 lakh such machines in the system. 6.5 lakh is the number of villages in the country. On any given time, there are not less than 30 to 35 machines which are active. What it means is that even if you don't have a brick and mortar branch nearby, you can access through these machines a banking service. You can draw money, you can know what your account, how much it is. So if you have got money into your account, you can draw it from the shopkeeper nearby by use of this AEPS machine. So which is, of course, came in the fore during COVID when this really helped. So inclusion, while we need to further expand the banking network, etc., it's again something which is again not a game stopper. I'm not talking about UPI because that's a story that's been repeated a number of times, which further enhances what is being done. I would also like to add that Jan-Dhan accounts, there were around 48 crore Jan-Dhan accounts. 55% of those are owned by women. That means that has also been one of the areas where greater efforts are required. And I think Jan-Dhan willy-nilly on the way it was designed or the way it got implemented, and maybe they were the ones who were unbanked. So that's the 55% of those accounts are of women. And the fact that you have a fingerprint authenticity required. Literacy is again not a requirement to be able to operate the bank account. And the assisted mode has been seen to be very used. We have 500,000 citizen service centers across the country, 5 lakh with 6.5 lakh villages. And for example, we have around 1.5 lakh postmen, which we are enabling with tabs so that they can do a lot of the Aadhaar updations out there, which becomes essential for implementation. Given this, I just wanted to mention sometimes there are issues around security and privacy which are highlighted in the digital context. I would just like to mention, I think technology upgradation is essential, which I think Aadhaar, I know in UIDAI we do, and whether it's the mobile companies or others, but we are in fact moving to a private cloud. We have moved to a private cloud. We have one of the largest private clouds, not only in India, but globally. And we're not on a public cloud. Obviously, we will not like to be given the data that we have. And that also means that we become so much more agile, so much more in terms of use of infrastructure, so much better, and of course, in terms of security. Privacy by design, privacy by policy, that's the way Aadhaar has been architected, and that's built into our systems. We have the Act and we have the Supreme Court judgment of 2018, which set out the framework. And I think that provides an excellent framework for the digital world to get implemented, which will further get strengthened with the digital privacy bill, which is ongoing. I'll just end at one point, and where is it, what is it that is planned for the future? I think the implementation of digital public infrastructure in the country, Aadhaar being a prime example, UPI is another example, DigiLocker is there, CoWIN is there, the government e-marketplace, GEM is there. This model of implementation where perhaps the basic rails are publicly financed and publicly owned, but the implementation, the innovations are all market-led. I think this is a model which has worked well for us. We'll obviously go on tweaking it and improving it, but the scalability, the interoperability, and the low cost, which is essential for a country like ours, is what is driving the digital growth. And I think this is an area where we hope to continue to work with the private sector, building on what the public sector provides as the digital rails or the digital base. So this growth in the digital world based on DPI is something I think we've been able to do so well, and I do hope we continue to be able to develop upon it with the objective of ease of living for residents, which is the guiding framework for a lot of the digital work. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. And ease of living and the public-private partnership for the digital rails and the innovation. So I think that's the key message there. Now we heard from Dr. Garg that more than 50% of the Jan-Dhan accounts are held by women. And we have in the panel Chetna Galasena. She is the founder and chairperson, Mandeshi Mahila Bank. It is a bank in the rural area, India's first bank for and by rural women. And Mandeshi Bank has loaned over 780 million and regularly creates new financial products to support the needs of female micro-entrepreneurs. Chetna is also has served as a co-chair of the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, and also co-chair of financial inclusion at the B20 Summit in 2018 in Argentina. And she's also awarded the Nari Shakti Puruskar, the highest civilian award for women in India by the President of India. So, Chetna, coming to you, women are the largest shareholders in Jan-Dhan. How are you seeing, because you are on the ground in rural areas, this bank by women, for women, how do you see this financial inclusion of women leading to women's empowerment? And what are the challenges that you are seeing on the ground, and maybe some ideas of what can be done better or what are the next steps on this?
Thank you, and I'm thankful to CII for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences at the summit. So let me take you to the ground level where street vendors are doing business, and you saw the news yesterday that Maharashtra is going at 39 degrees Celsius. So the last mile population who is working in this on the street is in that situation they are working. And that whole effort, whatever, either it is from the government or from the civil society or from the social sector, is that how we can make the lives of these people much more at ease, as it was mentioned previously. So coming to the subject of Jandan, Aadhaar and Mobile, JAM Trinity, I would just like to share first, I would talk about the challenges later, but the first, a successful anecdote or a narrative. Sunanda, she is selling her vegetables on the street in one of the village in Maswad in Maharashtra. And she has Jandan account. She didn't have an Aadhaar, but she has now Aadhaar, not the official address. I mean, she does not stay in the house, but she has Aadhaar, she has Jandan, and she has mobile. Now, when Sunanda is selling vegetables on the street, and she used to take, whenever she wanted money, from the money lender. Morning, she would take, say, 100 rupees, pay back in evening 110,000 rupees. When we got her Jandan account, and then we convinced her to get the overdraft facility, then she would take, she got an overdraft facility on Jandan account, which means that every day she was paying 10 rupees interest on 100 rupees, which is 120% interest yearly, right? And that she was saved for all that. Once she has a Jandan account, and then she gets the overdraft facility, which means that for working capital, she takes money till 10,000 rupees. She got 5,000, but she can take till 10,000 rupees. Now, when I'm sharing this example of Sunanda, that this is an opportunity where she can get from JAM, what I'm trying to say is that Jandan, Aadhaar and mobile, what does it give? Actually, I always say that never give poor solutions to poor people. They are smart. See, Sunanda, she is using mobile, she is doing digital payment, and she is savings and have a digital wallet. She has not even gone to school, but she is doing all that and controlling her finances and also taking the decision of expanding her finances. So what does it indicate? Number one, when you provide such smart solution, what it indicates is that last mile population does not think of access, but they think of control. I will have a control on my finance. And I would say with this JAM Trinity, what have we achieved? It is a smart investment done in a last mile population which drives the economy and also gives the social justice. And Sunanda is a Dalit woman. She is breaking century-old caste barrier with this solution. So with this, I would now like to also raise some challenges. That these are the women who are actually working more than 12 hours, 15 hours on the street. They are trying to get into the formal financial structures, and also setting up their own enterprise. But what you see today in our index, as far as like a global index, which World Economic Forum produced it, on economic side, that we are 143 country. In health, we are 146 country. In this G20 platform, I see that there is an opportunity for us to make sure, and these populations are ready, they are aspiring and working hard. How we create, like Sunanda, that today she has brought her own house because she got her digital history, she got her credit history, and now with her own house, she has got a collateral. So with this, I would say that there are millions of women who are looking for collateral. They don't have properties, not only in India, all over the world, how with such solutions, such smart solution, we can create, we can make them owner of the house, owner of the business, owner of the brand. And I would just like to end with this, that Mandeshi is impacting 1 million women entrepreneurs in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetaji. And so, empowering women control, they need more control in their hands. They have to be more confident, trust. And of course, how Sugandha, the character Chetna mentioned, has been an entrepreneur, who was an entrepreneur but was constrained by the high cost of working capital, has taken that forward. So, financial inclusion leads to entrepreneurship. We know that it facilitates entrepreneurship, and especially entrepreneurship by women. And we have with us Ms. Suhaila Shaukat Ali Khan. She is the Country Program Manager, UN Women, and she has an extensive experience in management of large-scale transformational programs with a focus on integrating feminist principles and strategies to enable women to recognize and challenge gender-based discrimination as a prerequisite to advance their economic rights. Her expertise lies in the areas of program development, implementation, monitoring, measuring impact, and partnership building. She has worked extensively with central and state governments, private sector, as well as civil society organizations. She is a Ford Fellow and holds a master's degree in public policy from the University of Michigan. So, Suhaila, we heard how Sugandha has started doing better in business. Now, you have looked at women empowerment, building feminism in policies. So this JAM Trinity that has come in, it clearly has helped women, as per the anecdote that Chetna gave us. So financial inclusion leading to entrepreneurship, and what or how you have seen the impacts, because you also focus on the impact measurement on women specifically. So what is the impact that you have seen at the ground level because of JAM, and what are the challenges or barriers they are still facing, which possibly in the subsequent interventions that Dr. Garg mentioned and Mr. Tiwari mentioned, what could be possibly the steps which could facilitate it further?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here at this summit. I would like to begin by reflecting a little bit on the gender aspects of this entire JAM Trinity. Now, we know that one of the key challenges that women face in terms of their access to institutions is the confidence. That they do not have the confidence to be able to engage meaningfully with a lot of institutions, including banks, including police, judiciary, hospitals, and this has been largely because of the structural constraints that they face. You know, firstly, that they are relegated mostly to the household responsibilities. They are primary care responsibility owners of the households, which means that they do not have enough time to spend on productive activities, or even for leisure for that matter, or engaging themselves in social and political activities. And that is why when their access to these institutions are limited, they do not develop that confidence to be able to engage meaningfully with them. So what JAM Trinity has done is that by enabling them access to these bank accounts, you know, it has broken, that barrier of women to be able to participate meaningfully with formal mainstream banking institutions, and that too at scale. So really, it's a very, very important aspect that has, that has been brought in by JAM. But even if you look at women-owned businesses or enterprises, you know, Chetna ji just mentioned about the challenges they face in terms of really access to credit. The issue is that, and we know that despite women being the repairs, like excellent repairs, banks still perceive them as risky, risk to invest in. And so with JAM Trinity, of course, this is one of the opportunities that could be seen with having a tremendous potential for women to be able to access, where the banks can no longer see them as some as a risky proposition, but really as a proposition to be invested in. And this has also been possible because of the savings history that these women have been able to inculcate because of their access to Jan Dhan accounts, but also from the DBT. Now, if we look at DBT, there is another aspect of DBT which is very, very important, which is that by transferring the income in women's hand, we know that women spend more than 90% of the income on health, on sanitation, on educational needs of women, of their families, which means that you have better families, you have better societies, and you're contributing to economy. On a very large scale, it also contributes to the achievement of sustainable development goals, because that is how it is all interlinked. So really, these aspects of GEM Trinity are really, really empowering for women, both as customers, but also as entrepreneurs. Now, there is another side of the story too, and as we heard that there are still accounts which are dormant, but also the fact that women themselves do not know or move beyond realizing the true potential of their accounts beyond just managing receiving and withdrawing cash. So the opportunity here is then how we really create those enabling environment for women to be able to move on and utilize the services beyond the savings account. So that is something which we really need to look at. But also, when it comes to women's entrepreneurs' access to finance, despite all these interventions, we still know that 90% of women do rely on informal structures. As the story of Sunanda, where despite having her account, she was getting the money from the moneylender and relying on that. So how then, we look at breaking these barriers for women. And one of the things is that largely the access to formal finance is linked to collaterals, which again is a challenge in case of women because they do not have access to the kind of collaterals that banks require. And then here the GEM Trinity again brings a huge opportunity in terms of providing an alternative mechanism of creating that credit history. Yesterday we were in the B20 task force for financial inclusion, and one of the recommendations that we made was really to look at alternative mechanisms of creating that credit worthiness, which would be very, very important for women, considering the fact that they do not have access to collateral as men have. So that is something which GEM Trinity has the potential to be able to address that concern. But the M part of the Trinity, which is mobile, also is fraught with certain challenges in terms of the gender digital divide. We know and we have heard great numbers in terms of the internet users in the country, and there are statistics that say that India is at the second rank for the highest number of internet users globally, might have become first now, the kind of the internet access we are having in this country. Despite a large number of women remain cut off this most significant phenomena. And so there are reports which says that Indian women are 15% less likely to own a mobile phone and 33% less likely to use mobile internet services than men. So then, this entire aspect of how then we are using this opportunity to create that access to women for mobile phones, but also the connectivity at, the sir mentioned this very important aspect that we have ensured the last mile connectivity at the household level. But we know that when it comes to gender, there is a difference when it comes to the to having the asset in the name of men or asset in the name of women. I'm just talking about the mobile phone. So if the mobile phone, there's one mobile phone at the household which has the internet connectivity, it's highly likely that it's most of the time it's with men, and women do not get access to that internet connectivity. So then really how we are making sure that when we are talking about the last mile connectivity, it is reaching out equally to women as well. And here the potential of public-private partnerships would be very, very critical, as mentioned in the previous presentations as well. That the GEM Trinity, of course, is something which has which is being fueled by both the public and private investments. So I'll take a pause here and would...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Suela. Thank you so much for those. And That's an important aspect that you highlighted, that it's not only gender digital divide, but gender mobile divide. So that's a very important point that you made. So we have with us Mr. Arun Sharma, and he's the Senior Digital Development Specialist, World Bank. And Arun has a history of working on both sides. He has sat on the public sector side and now moved to the development side. Earlier also, Arun was actually leading. He worked with the International Financial Corporation earlier, where he was leading the IFC's government-to-person payments, G2P payments practice in South Asia. He worked in the Ministries of Finance, Urban Development, Office of Comptroller General of India. He is a career civil servant, and he specializes in digitization, public financial management, government payment systems, digital ID, financial inclusion. He's an MBA from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, and a diploma in global governance from German Development Institute, Bonn, and a Bachelor of Technology from the IIT Varanasi, India. So, Arun, I think we heard from Dr. Garg about the public infrastructure and the digital public goods that we're talking about. And we hear about this South-South collaboration between India and the other countries. JAM is one of the best practices that can be adopted by many other countries. But you have also worked on the other side when it was getting operationalized. Now, looking at where we started, what we have achieved, the scale and speed with which we have done, and some of the, of course, inherent challenges still we may have, how do we take JAM to other countries? One, using the platform of World Bank, and also, are there something good practices that you are observing from a World Bank perspective in other countries, which we can bring in to address some of the aspects that we heard from Suhaila, Chetna, and others? Yes, Arun, over to you.
Thanks, Ranan. And I have the privilege of going last, so I've heard and got some good ideas from all the other speakers. So, of course, as Mr. Tiwari showed in his presentation elaborately, how India has come forth regarding our DBT payments, and it's the largest social benefit transfer program anywhere in the world. And as Dr. Garg mentioned, the digitization of the economy, which is what we are seeing right now, and it's obviously, we've seen that change in the past, I think 7 or 8 years, where most of our transactions today, we can walk out with a phone without the need to carry our wallets or our documents. And I think we can pretty much get by, at least in metros, and even in other parts of the country, conduct our business seamlessly without relying on either hard documents or any other payments instrument, because our phone has everything, and it's taken all this effort and all this time to come together. Now, to answer your question, Ranan, when India's experiments were maturing, and I'm calling it experiment because now we have, the hindsight of being 2020 and say that, oh, this fell in place. But all of us who've watched this space for the past 20 years, we've known that how different facets, different verticals, different pillars of each of these components have come together to enable this story, the JAM Trinity, so to say. And any building block that is taken away can disrupt the whole thing, can cause the structure to fall. So each piece has been very, very key, critical, instrumental in shaping the success story. So when talking to other countries in the world, they obviously look at the most obvious benefits are rightful targeting and prevention of fraud and corruption when it comes to passing on social welfares. But then the other aspects of digitization, as Dr. Garg also mentioned in his talk, are something that we are seeing which came up with our digital ID, with the national ID, which is Aadhaar, and that is eKYC, authentication, and e-signatures, which we don't realize or don't use very often. but that has helped businesses tremendously. And when this traction goes forward, maybe we don't need the physical copies of documents, of course, for transactions such as land purchase or some hard transactions. We still require paper-based documents, but we are not far from a day where everything can be truly digital. I mean, in many cases, it already is, but the digital divide that Suhela ji also spoke about exists, so we need to be conscious about that. And where these things are relevant, we need to be conscious of that. And that's the best practices part. I mean, I wouldn't go into that, but given India's size and scale. There is no other story that fits into India. I mean, there is no other best practice that we can import and see, apart from things like consent, privacy, which are coming in, which are important. And we did not think about it in the first iteration of our progress, but that's the message that is coming in. Now, taking the JAM Trinity to the world, it's already happening. What we see the JAM Trinity, the Aadhaar, which is the identity bit, the account, the Jan Dhan account, which is the J of it, and the mobile, which basically assimilates various services into one instrument, into one artifact. We are calling it the India stack, comprising many layers. And at the base of it is the ID, or that's the foundational layer. On top of it, we have the payments layer, which is pertaining to the bank accounts. Then you have the documents layer, which can be padded into your mobile phone using a DigiLocker. And of course, the consent that goes with it for each of the transactions that you make. So when something like this is put together, it's a very powerful solution or a very powerful product. And about 15 countries in the world are involved in developing either this solution as it exists or customizing it to their requirements. So Morocco, Philippines, even Indonesia, Togo, several countries in Africa, Latin America. So all over the world, there is a great demand for it. There is an organization called IIIT in Bangalore, which is providing this support, and it's an open support. I mean, IIIT is a government institution, but the help that is coming in is from multilaterals, and they're seeing the Indian story and are facilitating this so that more and more countries on a multilateral or a bilateral basis can benefit from the Indian experiment. And of course, what works for us, the way we understand it, is a little different from the other contexts. But on the software part of it, the help is being provided. IIITB is the nodal hub for something called a MOSIP, a modular open source identification platform, which tries to replicate the identity layer for countries that want it. And the principles and the learnings that they have drawn are the learnings that we've got in our journey on Aadhaar. Very few countries have biometric as their fundamental requirement for creating an ID. I mean, none of the OECD countries as of now have a national ID which has a biometric at the back end of it. The US, the UK, all the countries in Europe. So this is again a very new concept for them. We have grown with it. It provides for accurate targeting, for accurate identification, uniqueness, deduplication. But then this becomes a larger requirement. It's not something that comes very easy for people to absorb and digest. And that's the sort of the lesson when we export. It's an option that you need to give to various countries. Some countries may want a similar product with a centralized registry of all biometrics. Some countries may want to go ahead without a biometric bit. So all these solutions is where an entity like a World Bank comes in, and that's what we're trying to facilitate. But nonetheless, the hard lessons and the hard work that has been done in the Indian context is very, very helpful and insightful. And each country that comes to us or to an agency like a IIIT wants to first understand what India did, what can they do different or do better learning from India, and then depending upon the solution that they want, go ahead with the customization. So, and India is already the soft power for this bit. There is, no other context which applies to the larger, you spoke about South-South cooperation. So that is already happening. In terms of what we get from other countries is where the individual rights, the consent and the privacy aspects of it, where is my data going, how it is being used, especially in the private concept, like, if you share your data with a Google or a Facebook, what are they doing about it? Or with the government for that matter, what are the rights? So these are questions that we weren't asking earlier, but are relevant. And this is something that we'll see as the debate and the discussion goes forth. So, all in all, a very evolving space, having now looking at where we've come from, we've covered a lot of distance and still a lot of way to go forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Arun. And for those remarks, I'm aware of the time. I think we have taken up almost the entire time allocated for this session. So I won't get into a Q&A session, but at least one hand has been raised. So maybe we'll just take one question. Okay, yes, please.
Warm regards to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. And my name is Mr. Ujjwal Sonkar, and I am an entrepreneur and a researcher. I worked in collaboration with the Russian government on various levels, such as BRICS, SCO, Arctic Forum, and a lot more in common about defense. So I'm going to start up my own defense startup in quantum computing. So we would be utilizing quantum communications in defense applications and handling the data of national interest. My question is specifically regarding the arising threats of quantum computing. As you can understand that quantum computing is taking a significant leap in encryption cracking, as well as possessing a significant threat which can breach our current encryption protocols. And we had a discussion with Ministry of Defense, and they were also interested in that. So we are in partnership with them to develop more about it. But regarding Aadhaar, I think the encryption protocols which are being used are still not as secure, which can be said as close to quantum proof. So there are some research going on about superposition keys, which wouldn't be able to decode it by even the quantum computers. But the current algorithms, such as TLS or AES or RSA encryption keys, they are very vulnerable to quantum attacks. And you can assess the significance that China and US, which are among the major competitors in quantum tech, they are working very fast to decode. And I think, who knows, they are already achieved their goals or may be achieving very soon in the future. But I believe that they're very close to achieving it.
In the interest of time, if you can ask a question. Yeah.
Okay. So I would like to know that how is UIDAI working to integrate the security as quantum proof for the future?
Thank you. Dr. Garg, maybe you can answer this.
Yeah, thank you. So I would like to say that number one is that we keep all new technologies, we keep scanning for all new technologies, whether it's quantum, blockchain, or a host of others. And I can say we are aware of the issues and what quantum can do to cryptography and encryption. And in fact, currently we are already running a proof of concept on quantum technologies on how we can use them for encryption, etc. So, but thank you for bringing to notice, but let me assure you that that is something which is on top of our radar in any case.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. And I think that's an important element of trust that we need in the system for continued greater adoption of the system. So we heard all the panelists, we heard them. So I think firstly, Mr. Tiwari told us that how a traffic jam is jam in the context of traffic jam and how it has possibly cleared the traffic jam in the financial pathway at least. And it has made the transactions as easy as spreading jam on our bread. It is a cost-effective solution. We have demonstrated to the world that how cost-efficient the solution can be. The solutions are world-class, but it is cost-efficient. And because of the scale that it has been implemented, the externalities that are being realized from this are also great that we heard from the panelists. It has led to inclusion, and inclusion, not financial inclusion. There are several other inclusion aspects that it has led to. We heard how it is also helping in ease of living itself. And we heard the story of Sugandha, how it has helped her in her living. And also from other panelists that how we don't need to take a wallet now outside if we don't want to. We can just walk out from our homes with just our mobile phones. It gives physical security also. Many panelists use the term PPP, and PPP, this is true PPP where Dr. Garg said that the digital rail is public and the innovation is private. Now, there can be no better example of a PPP than what is happening in the JAM and the UPI, the extension of JAM. We also heard that from Sohila that this can be the basis of actually solving many of the SDG issues, the SDG goals. So we can utilize this. This is another externality that we can actually address many of our SDG goals leveraging the JAM. We of course were warned also of the gender divide that is there in the M part of the JAM, and we need to be aware of it, and then we have to also address that issue, and we have to see what policies and procedures or what can be a public-private partnership in that, because in the JAM, the J and A is public, whereas the M is the private. Now, how the public-private partnership plays out in the JAM Trinity to make this the mobile divide, digital divide, how do we address it? And maybe we can have private sector innovations towards addressing that issue. Now, we also heard that the issues around privacy, security, trust, and the question was raised on quantum computing and the risk and the assurance that we received from CEO UIDAI that the authority is fully cognizant of it and is working on ensuring that it is also quantum computing hack-proof. Finally, I think Dr. Garg mentioned that 8.5% of our GDP is digital GDP and about 22.5% digitally dependent GDP. So that makes it about almost 30%. Now, if India has to achieve a 5 trillion economy, then the digital economy has to grow, and unless we leverage fully the power that is getting unleashed by the JAM, as well as the externalities from the UPI that we are seeing, and of course the other digital public infrastructure that is being put it like the ONDC. So these digital aspects that will come in, leveraging one of the aspects of the JAM, one or more aspects of the JAM, either the Aadhaar or the mobile, the A and M of at least the JAM, it is leveraging. We need to unleash, we need to use this to unleash the Indian economy and move to that 5 trillion target much faster than what it can be. And given the current macroeconomic environment that we are facing, I believe that with the consumption engine that India has, and if we can unleash this and reach the greater amounts of capital expenditure and the budgetary provisions that have been made to move fast, it is something that we can easily use these resources that we have. We are fortunate that UPI has led to a huge digitalization and formalization of the economy, which is leading to large revenue resources, which is allowing government to put more resources towards helping the bottom of the pyramid through this direct benefit transfers, as well as through the capital expenditure, which will further lead to more employment generation. So I think these aspects, with these aspects, we are in a very good situation from where we can really leverage and leapfrog the Indian economy like we have done the leapfrog in the digital economy. So with that, with those remarks, I would like to close and thank all my panelists for their great remarks and the great learnings. I hope this has given us a lot of food for thought, and how to leverage this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. May I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to Dr. Saurabh Garg. To Ms. Suhaila Shaukat Ali Khan. Ms. Chetna Gala Sinha. Mr. Arun Sharma. And okay, he's not here. Saurabh Ketawari, sorry, my mistake, yes. And may I request Sandeep to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Banerjee himself. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a close of this session. Thank you very much for being with us. You've been a great audience. And with that, we also come to a close of the third partnership summit for the Cii Partnership Summit 2023. And we look forward to seeing you all again for our next program. Till then, goodbye and have a great evening. Yes, let's hear it for this panelist, please. Can we hear a loud applause, round of applause for them? Thank you, everybody.
Cii.